and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as Senator and do right to honor of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will.
Congratulations to you, Senator Luke Martinez and Senator Dr. Elma Kim, to today's sitting, and welcome back to the sitting of the Senate.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. Good morning. I know it's Christmas. Vibes are in the air, but we are here for the sitting of the Senate. I have 4 announcements. I use this platform to first record our gratitude to all persons supporting the much-needed renovation project of the National Assembly building, to Her Excellency Lily Li Wen Su, Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the donation of the grant on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to the Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, as Minister of Finance and Minister with responsibility for Parliamentary Affairs, for seeing value in this initiative, and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Amon Courtney, for including it in the bilateral agreement with Taiwan, to the Board of the George Price Center for Peace and Democracy, for providing a space for the National Assembly to operate from during the period of the renovations, to the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure Development for their lead on the design and execution of the project, and to the Central Information Technology Office and the Belize Telecommunications Limited for their technical input and guidance, and to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Valerie Woods, all parliamentarians and staff of the National Assembly who share the vision of a modern, more open and inclusive, gender-responsive, and climate-resilient Parliament, and on making Parliament more efficient and effective. This is a step to that direction. The expected tenure of the project is 14 months, inclusive of making the George Price Center fit for purpose. You will be invited shortly to a meeting with the executing agency to discuss the project to ensure it meets, as far as is reasonably possible, the unique needs of the Senate, both for its sitting and committee work, for staff support and the visitors' experience, and for those articulated in the findings of the Senate survey of services and remuneration and allowances package conducted earlier this year. You will be updated accordingly as the project progresses. Second, to inform that I represented the National Assembly at the Conference of Parties COP28 in Dubai, where I was a panelist for 2 side meetings. Actually, I went to one and was invited to another. The first panel was convened by Parliamericas, of which the National Assembly is a member, and on which I serve as a member of the board. The panel's title was the Escazú Agreement and ACE, Strengthening Environmental Democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Joining me were the Honorable Decima Williams, the President of the Senate of Grenada, Honorable Juan Carlos Lozada, Member of the Chamber of Representatives of Colombia, and Carlos de Miguel, Head of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. You may recall this Honorable House ratified the Escazú Agreement in February of this year. The second panel was a common climate: can different parties work together on the climate challenge in an era of polarization? This was convened by Globe International, the Global Legislators Association. Joining me were the Honorable Chris Skidmore and Honorable Alex Scoble, Conservative and Labour parties members of the House of Commons, in the United Kingdom, and Professor Thomas Hale of the Blanventnick School of Government, Oxford University. I was delighted to share the work of the Senate, and at the very end of the panel, I will say that having heard about our work in the Senate and the fact that we do manage to not only cross parties, but join with independent senators from time to time, they said that the UK House can learn something from Belize. Thought I would share that with you. I also attended the parliamentary meeting organized by the Interparliamentary Union to facilitate knowledge sharing, international cooperation, and exchange of best practices for climate action. My third announcement is to recognize and record our unwavering support for the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence campaign, which commenced on November 25th, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which noted National World AIDS Day on December 1st, and which concluded on December 10th, Human Rights Day. The campaign was held under the theme Unite, Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. Fourth and final announcement, I congratulate our senior women's national team, Lady Jaguars, on making history and winning all 6 matches this year and moving from League C to League B on their journey to qualify and participate in the upcoming CONCACAF Women's Gold Cup. We are so very proud of you. I also wish to extend our deepest sympathies to the Deputy Clerk, Mrs. Clarita Petch, on the passing of her brother. Please know that our thoughts and prayers are with you in this difficult time. Honorable members, by letter dated 7 December 2023, Cabinet's recommendations has been signified to the following. 1. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, Number 2, Bill 2023. 2. Municipal Securities Bill 2023. 3. Fiscal Incentives Decisions of the Minister Validation Bill 2023. 4. Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023. 5. Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. 6. Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. 7. International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023. 8. Non-profit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023. And 9. Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, with your permission, first may I congratulate you and thank you for your service abroad in representing this Honorable Senate. And secondly, on behalf of the members of this side, the government senators, I would like to join you in offering our condolences to Ms. Petch and her family. And finally, to join you in the congratulations to our successful athletes. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2324, Number 2, Bill 2023. Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2023. Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023. Municipal Securities Bill 2023. Fiscal Incentives Decision of Minister Validation Bill 2023. Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023. Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023. Non-Profit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023. And Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order Number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. Madam President, sorry, I omitted to welcome back our colleague Senators Martinez and Kay. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 75/1/14
Supplementary Appropriation Number 2 scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024, and number 76/1/14, 21st Annual Report of the Contractor General for the period 1st April 2022 to the 31st March 2023.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Madam President, the bill and the paper are before the Senate. This bill seeks to appropriate $86,929,085 for the use of the public service. Madam President, set out in the attachment to the bill is the breakdown. Members of the Senate were also given an opportunity last Friday to get more details and to ask their questions on this supplementary. We seek to appropriate, Madam President, $37.67 million for recurrent expenditure, for CAP 2, $31.8 million, and for CAP 3, $17.419 million. Madam President, the details are before the Honorable Senate.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. What can I say? I'm not certain that the details were provided. We did not get the long form, and I would like to register our objection to the approach used in calling us before a meeting to explain without sending the documentation. Madam Speaker, I attempted to look at the Excel sheet that was sent to us, and what can we say? It's recurrent indeed, $37 million, most of its salaries, materials and supply, operating costs. But of note, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance. Madam President, I'm very sorry. I think I'm thinking ahead of myself and listening to my colleagues before in those presentations that happened on Thursday. And I beg your pardon, Madam President. Ministry of Finance, and I know my colleague Senator Koy may say we didn't take advantage of the opportunity, but calling us on the last minute is not the approach we like. I reiterate that. It just goes to show, in my mind, and looking at this, poor planning as usual. We expected a supplementary in this quarter. And if we look at that, traveling and subsistence, $1 million. Operating costs, $1 million. Maintenance, $1 million. Grants, $1 million. Who's going to get those grants? And why $1 million, $1 million, $1 million? Compensation and indemnities, $2.1 million. I don't know the $1 million. Is it rounding up? Is it just a figure being thrown in there? Speaks, in my view, to poor planning. Central admin under the Ministry of Health. I know the CAT scan is in the CAP 2 part of the budget, Madam President, and I guess the Belizean people will finally be able to get some good health care with the use of that CAT scan. It took them 3 years, but we're finally getting it. In central medical stores, all in the recurrent budget, $23 million, material and supplies. Let's see an open tender for the supplies, the tape, the syringe, and the Tylenol, and the medication for those people with diabetes, all of those. Let's hope, but let's see an open tender, no single source tendering for that one. $23 million. Let us not have to destroy when we buy. Under the, Senator Carl, be careful, Attorney General Ministry, $1.5 million. Maybe the Attorney General will tell us if the people in persecution branch will finally get their due salary increase there. Other than that, the grants, Madam President, they are donor funds, so there's not much to say there. And again, in Cap 2, of note is the $2 million for the Caracal Road. I think Honorable Espat is big on boasting about saving $29 million, but we come back for $2 million for Caracal Road under that Cap 2 project. Other than that, poor planning, Madam President, what is to say? It will go through the House anyway. The Belizean people should know that we get up and we look at it. There's nothing much here that we can say about this bill other than poor planning, and certainly I remind them of the $1 million. Let's see where those go. Let's hope it's not used in March. And the grant, where will we be using, and what is the grant all about? Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd just like to highlight three areas this morning that I think we should try to focus on, so that we could maybe bring some more transparency and accountability to these areas. The first one, Madam President, is under Cap 1, Ministry of Health and Wellness, materials and supplies of $23 million. $23 million is quite a bit, but again, in probably the context of it, buying medicine and equipment for the entire health sector throughout the country, it might not even be adequate. The point I wanted to make, though, Madam President, is that we keep on seeing on the news where groups working within the health sector are complaining about shortages of medicine, equipment, expired medicines. And I think that in these contracts, Madam President, perhaps we could try to bring some more transparency into it in terms of, one, the open bid process, like what Senator Williams mentioned, but also perhaps scrutinize the things that are coming in to make sure that they're meeting the standards that we set. Madam President, I'd like to also highlight that in these areas here, these supplies and medicines are coming to assist those who are most in need in this country, probably in many cases, those who don't have a second option, who can't go to the private facilities to get these medications, and so they don't have the option. And so I think it's incumbent on us even more so. There's a higher degree of responsibility, I believe, given the constituency that is being served in this particular area especially, that we do all possible to make sure that there's value for what we're spending in this area. And so I'm hoping that we could start looking and probably doing a better job in this area, Madam President. The other area, Madam President, the other two areas are in under Cap 2. The first is under the Office of the Prime Minister, the Constituency Social Assistance Program, or the politicking fund, as I guess it could be better called. But no quarrel. I mean, it's been going on for a while. I think the persons on the ground, are confronted with many needs that come up to them all the time. All I'm saying, Madam President, is perhaps we should bring some more transparency and accountability into the process. Are these funds being audited after they're issued, after they're giving out? Are we getting receipts? Do we know where the money is being spent or how it is being spent? Who is being impacted? I think those are important questions, and so I think it would be important, Madam President, that again we take note of that aspect of it. The third and the last point I wanted to raise, Madam President, is under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Petroleum and Mining, $6 million. This one here, Madam President, I think there's a lot more to the story, I think, than is being told. And I really think that at some point, the government should state to the public how much contingency liabilities exist in the Ministry of Natural Resources in terms of land acquisition or issues that they may have run in legally with respect to landowners. But I understand it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam President, and I think that this is a huge issue for us, and we'll continue to see these $6 million and $10 million coming before us. But to me, it doesn't tell the story. What we're seeing here could easily be glossed over as additional money is needed in the ministry for it to run properly. But there's a larger issue underneath the surface here, and I'm hoping that at some point government will be a little more transparent in this area, Madam President. There's a huge liability here, and I don't think that the Belizean public is aware of how big this problem is. And so I'm not very supportive of giving any money to the Ministry of Natural Resources as well, until many of the issues that linger in that department that we've been hearing about for years and years and years are addressed in any significant way. I think we're just. I think there are better uses for this type of money, Madam President, until there's a serious effort to try to correct many of the ills in that ministry. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and welcome back to my two social partner colleagues as they join us again this morning. Madam President, I rise to make my own contribution to the supplementary appropriation bill before us this morning and today. I want to begin, Madam President, by congratulating the Ministry of Education based on what I'm seeing here. And I share that because, if you will allow me to just read what the GAMAS organization that supports and represents denominational schools and who speak on our behalf, that they brought out a press release congratulating the Ministry of Education, especially on the recent decision that was taken in the House concerning the 100% pension bill. And I say that because I know this has been a long-going negotiation with the ministry itself. And GAMAS would like to put on record and to place on record its thanks. And I especially mention GAMAS because, as I said, this is the body that, for us as churches, we have authorized to speak on our behalf as denominational entities in the country. And while there might be others who speak, I want to especially emphasize GAMAS because they are closest to us, as I said. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but especially in light of the fact that they're the ones who answer to us as denominational institutions in a direct way. And so they have been doing their own assignment and homework in speaking to the government and especially to the minister himself, Madam President. So I want to put that on record. Allow me, Madam President, to speak to a few things and to begin with, as I mentioned before, the Ministry of Education. You will notice that as a part of what has been placed in the appropriation is 2.6 million for grants. And I think that is noteworthy because this part of it goes especially towards students who have to pay loans or perhaps maybe are already enrolled in an institution and they have to find school fee, especially when perhaps maybe fees have been raised on them in the middle of the year and you're not sure where this will come from. And I'm happy that the government itself can assist in that aspect. And so you will notice that that is noted under the appropriations. But also I think it is important for me to point out, and I do not have the statistics before me this morning, Madam President. I was hoping to be able to come with that information because it is important that as I make presentations that at least I have the data or the stats to be able to back up what I'm saying. But I want to note that even as grants of this nature is distributed, I particularly want to note those who attend, whether locally or regionally, the University of the West Indies as grants, as these grants are given. And I note that because while grants might be given to other tertiary institutions, I think it is important to especially single out the University of the West Indies and those who attend the University of the West Indies. And why do I say this? I say this because I believe that especially when it comes to qualification and when it comes to opportunities that will be given to our young people to study, we must not only think about what is happening and the employment that these young people perhaps might choose or might get in Belize itself, but when you consider that regionally speaking, insofar as tertiary education is concerned, it is the qualification from the University of the West Indies that is also regionally recognized. And while I do not want to take away from the tertiary institutions in Belize, I want us to be able to recognize that fact. And so as the students receive grants of this nature, I would like us to consider also in a holistic way the University of the West Indies. Sure enough, Madam President, that the foundation that is laid for any student is when they receive their first degree. But also before that first degree, I think it is important to emphasize that we must encourage them to continue to take exams such as CXC that will prepare them for the region and the world insofar as qualification is concerned. And so as they matriculate from the whether the bachelor's program and they want to be able to take a master's program, we must consider that it is important for them to have that foundation. And that foundation, as I said, begins with the CXC and then the bachelor's before they matriculate into any master's program. And so I want to commend, as I said before, the government on this initiative as they continue to issue grants to students. And just to point out, Madam President, as I said, and as I said before, that some of these students do sometimes find a challenge when their tuition is to be paid. So I want to continue to emphasize that aspect in the Ministry of Education. However, Madam President, I just want to speak to the issue of the Education Quality Improvement Program that has also received a sum of $1.2 million. And I had asked in the briefing that was given to us last week by Senator Koye and his team, I had asked to at least know where the grant is coming from. And I hope that perhaps maybe Senator Koye will be able to answer that question this morning. And while I would not like to preempt his answer, I think while I am here, it is important for me to say this. That while I commend the Ministry of Education in its various initiatives, I have also become concerned, and it is because in my own sphere of work, I have to work closely with the Ministry of Education, that we have raised some concerns from time to time, that some of the grants coming in do come with what I would call, in one sense, do come with some added things that perhaps the government and the country is asked to do. Meaning that when we receive these grants, what are we as a country asked to do when we receive these grants, especially in the signing of some of these grants? What is the fine print that we are expected to do as a country? What are some of the things, whether it is legislations that we're asked to initiate or to put in place in order to receive some of these grants? And while I might want to speak to some specifics, Madam President, I note, for example, as I said, some of these grants that are coming in, especially through the Ministry of Education. We're asked to look at curriculum changes. We're asked to put into the curriculum some things that becomes uncomfortable for some of us insofar as teaching is concerned, and especially the teaching of our children. So, as I said, while I would not want to preempt what Senator Koye will share insofar as these grants, such as Education Quality Improvement Program grant that has been given, I want to also put that on the record, that as we receive them, that it is not anything that we're asked to do in our schools insofar as the changing our curriculum or adding some things in our curriculum that we're asked to teach, that for us as institutions and as especially as church bodies that we are uncomfortable with. And so I want to just speak to that issue. Allow me, Madam President, to also share on the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And again, I want to congratulate the initiative of the purchase of the specialized equipment that has been purchased for KHMH. I think it is a very good initiative and one that certainly I will commend, because I believe that the modernization of our health facilities is important. But however, as we are able, and as these things come to us, whether we have to purchase them or perhaps by grants, as we receive them, that we consider to decentralize. We look at the southern part of the country and the northern part of the country. And so I agree with you, Sir Luke, that I think that as more funds come into the coffers of the government, that we should take into consideration the other regions of the country, especially the northern side and the southern side of the country. And so while I appreciate and congratulate this initiative, I think we should also consider the other parts of the country. Madam President, in addition to this though, I believe that as we receive these very expensive equipment for our health sector, it is important that they be taken care of, and that a part of taking care of them is to ensure that they remain as functioning machinery. And it is also important that the people who are asked to take care of these new machines are specialized people who are trained, that they are receiving constant training insofar as the equipment is concerned. And that, I think, is also important, Madam President. Allow me to go on and speak to the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment. Again, I suppose working in connection with the Ministry of Education, from what I see, I want to congratulate this ministry. There's a $300,000 set aside, and I know that it goes specifically towards the repair of schools. And that initiative, I think the church would certainly like to commend, because there are times when these schools become run down and becomes unsafe for some of our children to be housed insofar as receiving their education. And while I commend this initiative, it is also important to point out that, and to point out to the government, that there's a partnership between the schools and the church schools and the government. And so perhaps in time to come, I think, because from time to time these facilities, whether the facilities for the church or whether government facilities, insofar as the schools are concerned, it becomes necessary, especially during the hurricane season, that people use these buildings as shelters, whether it is church facility, schools owned by the church, or those owned by the government. It is also important, as I said, that both the denominational properties or schools that house these children are also perhaps given initiative insofar as repairs are concerned. And so I hope that time will come when the government can also consider that close partnership with denominational churches, that to be able, when approached, that insofar as the buildings, some of them are also run down, and it is not that the church will have the money up front to be able to take care of these buildings. And as I mentioned before, I say this in light of the fact that some of these same buildings are used as hurricane shelters during those hurricane months. And so I would like that partnership to be taken into serious consideration. Madam President, I share on the Ministry of Sports. Like you, I want to congratulate in recent times all our young people who have made our country proud over the last few months. It was just a few days, I think maybe last week, that I was watching one of our local television stations and saw a young man who has received a scholarship, 6'7", I think he is. Can't remember his name, but received a scholarship to attend one of the institutions in the United States of America, going there, I think, on a basketball scholarship. And how commendable that is. And I want to commend the other athletes, our young athletes, who, whether in volleyball, boxing, or other sports, would have done so well over the last few months. I just want to perhaps maybe put in a plug, even though I know we're dealing with supplementals. I want to continue, as I did the last time, to put in a plug for the Ministry of Sports, because I continue to say that we must, as we look forward, look at sports in a different light. Sports, in a sense, Madam President, has become a business, and we must also in this country treat it as that our young people can gain scholarships from their athletic abilities. They can gain employment from their athletic abilities. And so it is important to recognize that fact, that yes, the government is there and perhaps is encouraging and putting a fair amount of money into sports, but we need to do more insofar as the Ministry of Sports is concerned. And in addition to that, Madam President, the private sector, I believe, must also play its part. I still think that in our country, there is much more that insofar as sports is concerned, that the private sector can do more in partnering with the government and partnering with the church, because we do our part when in our primary schools and in our high schools, Madam President, we promote sports. And I don't want to big up myself, but I remember I was a young athlete myself, coming out of the Methodist Primary School in Danriga, one of the famous goalkeepers. And so I want to ensure that we continue to promote. We want to continue to promote. We want to continue to encourage our young people, and I want the private sector to join wholeheartedly in this very important initiative. And so I just want to big up the Ministry of Sports and ask, as a government, if we can do more in that area. And last but not least, Madam President, like my colleague, Senator Herrera, I want to speak to the Ministry of Natural Resources. And just briefly, because he spoke, I think, very, very eloquently on the concerns that has been raised about the Ministry of Natural Resources, that is, especially the amount of money that is always expended insofar as lands is concerned. I will not delve deeply into that because, as I said, he has spoken on that area. But thank you very much, Madam President, and I trust that as we go forward with this supplementary appropriation, it is one that I can support. Thank you very much.
I was just about, Senator Bengushe, to say, how does that have anything to do with the bill? But I allowed the reach, and I want to say I was pleasantly surprised. Senator, I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And of course, again, welcome to Senator Kay. And from the National Trade Union Congress, Madam President, congratulations on the initiatives that you have undertaken as the President of the Senate. The changes that will come to the National Assembly should have happened a long time ago. And the justification and for us to ensure that the building is going to be a modern building, which would remove some of the occupational and safety hazards that exist now. As you know, that the National Trade Union Congress has been the champions for occupational safety and health. So I tried to find a way to see how we could have fit that in today's proceedings. So congratulations on that, Madam President. We also let's go here, Madam President. And I'll start from the Ministry of Health, right? When we received the presentation from the Minister, the Deputy Minister of Health, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Health, Honorable Senator Christopher Coy, we finance, my apologies, because health is on my mind. I'll give you an next portfolio. Honorable, that good. That shows that you know what you are doing. So that's good to hold several other portfolios. But Luke is giving you another portfolio. Very good. And maybe you should be indeed, especially given the fact that procurement for a CT scanner for the KHMH is very important. We had joined the KHMH union on several occasions to implore upon not only this government, the previous government, to ensure that the central medical hospital has a CT scanner. So that is commendable. However, we want to continue to implore upon the government to ensure that, especially now that we've started the budget cycle, to ensure that we include CT scanners as well as other equipment that are important for our medical facilities, our public medical facilities. For example, the scanning, the ultrasound machine. A lot of times we have pregnant women and families who can't afford to go publicly to get that procedure done. They would have to go private. So that we invest in other equipment in the health sector. We believe, Madam President, that this country could do with more CT scanning machines, say for example in Belmopan, which is centralized, North, which is two hours away from Belize City, Punta Gorda, Dangriga, anywhere between 2 to 3 hours away from KHMH. So we could save lives. So the first step with one is good. We congratulate that. We are concerned, Madam President, with the allocation for funds as it relates to the medical stores. We want to ensure that there is enough data sharing with the storage units so that you don't procure medication that is already on inventory. So we want to take proper stocks of inventory. We've written to the Minister of Health to request several information on procurement and tendering committee as far back as 5 years, just so that we have the data, Madam President. So when you reach and you're requesting the funds, that the funds are justifiable, but also that we ensure that we remove corruption from the processes. We must highlight that yesterday was International Day Against Corruption, right? And so we want to we want to hold ourselves committed to addressing, it was the 9th, sorry, not yesterday, the 9th, which was Saturday. Thank you for that. But the fact is that we want to rid ourselves of corruption, and we want to ensure that the process is free from corruption, Madam President. Madam President, the allocation of funds at the Ministry of Natural Resources to pay for settlements that obviously continues to cost taxpayers and cost the government of Belize, incurred by both UDP and PUP. Madam President, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm hearing chattering about someone saying that they'd want to also ensure that those who are manning the bureaucratic process, who are the public officers, that we'd want to be responsible. But not only that, we've said that, look, if you are dealing with corruption, you have to deal with corruption with everybody, right? But the amount of money, Madam President, that we have to allocate because of political will is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. The Public Service Union leadership had said on several occasions that there has to be an audit at that ministry. There also has to be an inquiry at that ministry. That is going to answer some of your questions, Senator. So that is important. Let's ensure that we clean up the hotbed of corruption that exists in that ministry, but not only in that ministry, Madam President, in several other ministries. If we're not able to do that, we'll continue to come and approve hard-working taxpayers' dollars to make payments to those who are laughing their way to the bank. Ridiculous. Madam President, the allocations of funds for grants, whether under the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, is commendable, Madam President. But we want to encourage that from the onset, when we're doing our budget, that we propose a realistic budget, and that we stick to the budget instead of having to come and say, okay, look, we have to give more. Put the real amount and let us roll out these programs successfully. The investment in education is always the best investment. You want to build your country, invest in education. You want to build your country, as Senator Bengoshe said, invest in youth and sports. This reminds me of us congratulating our Lady Jaguars, congratulating athletes who had excelled in athletics. So I'll join Senator Bengoshe in also bigging up myself as an athlete. Senator Courtney, for over a decade, I was undefeated in 5K, right? I also ran 100 meters in 10 seconds, right? I had Olympic pedigree, right? But that story is for another platform, Madam President. But as those of us who are involved in sports or involved in sports at that high level could appreciate those results. But there is much more that we could do if we're able to pool our resources. As Senator Bengoshe, we'd want to encourage the private sector to inject more in sports and encourage athletes to practice to become professionals. You can't mix sports, or you can't mix your professional dreams with rum. Remind you of Social Security show. With rum, I have to throw in one with Social Security. I can't make Social Security get well. So yeah, you can't mix it with rum.
Don't let me regret giving you that reach.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am aware, but these are the realities of what we're dealing with. Hence, the appropriation of funds, right, Madam President? If we're prudent from the onset, then there's no regret. So we want to remind athletes that, look, being a professional, you have to put down rum, drugs, party, and you have to be committed. So if we're going to invest, let's invest prudently. Madam President, we could go on and on with this supplementary and the reason why it's important for us to allocate funds to continue to improve the public service. I can't part without saying that, and this is a reality, that every time we see a supplementary, we'd say, why will the public sector unions increment this 1 year? Unfortunately, I think maybe Senator Koi smiles, so that means there's a light at the end of the tunnel as it, when it comes to, we'll name your minister of everything soon, Senator Koi. Yes, so every time we look at these supplementary, that is what goes through our minds. Madam President, I'll close by saying that the announcement by the Minister of Education to deal with long-standing issues which has plagued particularly the BNTU is reaching us step by step, a step closer to closing a 14-years-old collective bargaining agreement. And we shouldn't be 14 years after the starting of a collective bargaining agreement, Madam President, to make steps towards closing a collective bargaining agreement. And this is because the ministries who are ensuring, this case particularly, the Ministry of Labor. Under the Ministry of Labor, there's a tripartite body which is legally constituted, Madam President, to ensure that collective bargaining agreements are respected, to ensure that parties come together, employers and employers' representatives and workers' representatives, that they come together to find common grounds and to sign these collective bargaining agreements. We want to encourage the Minister of Labor to do his job. I'll yield. Thank you very much. And we'll look forward to continue with the other bills. Thanks.
I recognize Senator Dr. Elmake.
Thank you, Madam President, and I just want to say thank you to you and all the senators for the warm welcome again, and especially congratulate you and the Speaker of the House for, especially in this season where we are looking at activism and gender-based violence and inclusivity. I think the work that both of you do in order to uplift our country and improve governance in our country is really great, including the renovation, of course, of the National Assembly, all the meetings that you all participate in and represent us well in. I will be brief because a lot has already been said on the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill, but I think, you know, given that I have this opportunity, it would be remiss of me to not highlight a couple of things, given that I come from the conservation sector. And first, just to say that really we do appreciate the efforts of the government to explain to us in detail what these bills are about. As Senator Williams indicated, of course, you know, the last-minute rush to do everything is we would prefer it not to be that way. Nevertheless, we do appreciate being able to recently meet with Senator Koyi and the Financial Secretary to discuss the expenses in more detail. And I think the main thing that I want to highlight is something that struck me coming from the field I come in, which is that a lot of these grants that we're seeing in the bill that are coming in and that then the government has to, do expenses for, and a lot of the government counterpart to those grants, if you look at them, are mostly having to do with something related to our environment. And so I want to take this opportunity to continue encouraging the government to highlight a healthy environment and the wise management of our natural resources as key to the development of this country, because that is really the biggest and most important differentiated product that this country has. This is what we have to offer, not just the world, but ourselves, because clean water, clean air, all of those things are what underpin, as Belizeans, not only the income and sustainable livelihoods that we derive from our natural resources, but also our health and well-being. So here, everybody's talking about health, about education, but environment is cross-cutting across all those issues. And so it is very good to see that the momentum continues in terms of continuing to obtain grants for this field. And I just want to say that again, to encourage that, we are going after these grants, not just because they're available, but also because we really, truly believe that, like I say, this is part of our wealth, health, and well-being. And then finally, to say that all of that ties right back to what Senator Williams, Senator Herrera, and everyone else has brought up in terms of the allocation in the supplementary budget for the land acquisition to the Ministry of Natural Resources. Land is at the heart of how we manage our natural resources. And so this is really a request to this government during their time to put in better systems in place, because at some point we need to hold people accountable, or we're going to continue spending millions and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money on these issues without being able to clean up. And I know it's a tall order. It seems that no government has been able to do that. But I do believe that, this is something that we need to put more effort into, because I really fear that 20 years from now, Belizeans will be the landless. And not only that, we will not be able to buy back that land. And like I say, land is at the heart of wise management of natural resources and having a healthy environment. So thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevington Cal.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to everyone. I also would like to welcome back the two senators, Madam President. I also would like to thank them for supporting this supplementary. I can't remember the last time that almost everyone is supporting the supplementary, except for our friends from the other side, Madam President. I wasn't so clear if Senator Williams supported or did not support the supplementary. And just expanding on sports, Madam President, the 390,000 allocation, as the Bishop was saying earlier, Madam President, just to expand on what sports does to our population, Madam President, so part of this 90,000 is also to support the Pok Tapok World Cup that happened in Orange Walk, Madam President. It also for cultural preservation, Madam President, as an indigenous person, as a Maya person, I feel really proud to have such a tournament happening in Belize. So we're grateful for that, Madam President. And I also would like to commend our female national team. They topped their group undefeated, Madam President. But what is really touching, yesterday I saw on Facebook, Madam President, that our minister is actually acknowledging these women, 22 female young players of Belize, will now be granted a piece of land in the Stan Creek district, Madam President. I think that is really commendable on the part of the government and the Minister of Sports, and it really shows this nation of how much we value our young people, Madam President, and investing in them, and also, encouraging them to do good and represent Belize well in every aspect, Madam President. I also would like to thank Senator Williams for acknowledging that in just under 3 years we have improved the health sector in Belize, Madam President. They took over 13 years and they haven't done anything. Well, I'm glad that she realized that in just under 3 years we have done what they could have not done, Madam President. So majority of this money allocated, Madam President, is actually for the health sector. And, there would never be enough money for us to invest in health, Madam President, because every year we have new diseases coming up and we need to catch up on those, Madam President. So I would just like to run through a bit on the allocations that we have under that ministry, under the recurrent budget, Madam President. We have 420,000 again. This is for KHMH staff, nurses who are on study leave. Again, we need to capacity building, Madam President. Like I said earlier, we have new diseases coming up. We need to catch up on those. So we have a lot of our nurses and doctors out on study leave, so we need to support them, Madam President. Again, the 23 million that is allocated for medications, actually new medication, Madam President. I also want to highlight that cancer has been the #1 disease that the world is fighting right now, Madam President. And, in Belize we face that same issue. And I'm glad that, our government is now procuring medications so that we can, fight cancer in a more better way, Madam President. So that is, for me, is really commendable. Again, like Senator Bengoshe was saying earlier about the 2.6 million allocated for the Ministry of Education, Madam President, I can tell you that in the Toledo district, our young people, our students are feeling that love, Madam President. The last conversation I had with their representative, Honorable Oscar Kena, he told me per semester he's helping, or the ministry is helping our hundreds of students, and he was telling me it was adding up to around 95 to 100,000 per semester in grants, Madam President. I think that is massive. We're investing in our young people, and that is commendable on behalf of this government, Madam President. Again, Madam President, the 3 million for the CT scan at KHMH, again, that is really needed, Madam President. The opposition was calling for it, the Belizean people were calling for it. Took some time, Madam President, but we're happy that, early next year it should be functional and, giving these services to our Belizean people. Madam President, with that, I would like to just say that also, Madam President, the constituency assistant, so every year, this time around, Belizean people are looking to feel the love from the government, and so, again, 2.5 million is allocated for that for them. And Madam President, this, for the record, is across the board. There's no colors in this, Madam President. This is the time of the year that, we should be, loving each other and appreciating each other, Madam President, and this is exactly what this would be doing. So, thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to our two senators. I rise to offer my support for the General Supplementary Appropriation Bill. I believe that our government, I applaud our government, for the efforts that they are making towards ensuring that the Belizean people are given all the opportunity and can benefit from all the different ministries. First of all, I support this supplementary as I look at what the government wants to provide on behalf of the Ministry of Health. We need people who are healthy. We need to ensure that our people have access to medical technology that is essential to provide adequate health care. And I see the purchasing of a CT scan as something that is very, very important. In Dangriga, most of the time when we have individuals who are ill and need those equipment in order to see what their problem is, the lack of it causes a lot of confusion, it causes distress, and ensuring that it is provided for them secures some kind of well-being and less stress for them, knowing that they're able to be afforded that. I want to look at sports. As an educator, I have seen where sports have allowed students and children to be well disciplined. When there's sports also, we can look at how it balances healthy relationships. It enables them to foster good relationships as well, regionally. Whenever there's what you call the regional games, I look at how the students incorporate themselves, they talk to each other, they build camaraderie, they build friendships, also with different schools. Further, it goes to what is called the regional aspects, and it goes to the national aspects of playing sports. And I see where students are able to become mentally mature. They're able to understand each other. They're able to quell situations with each other. And you see that competitive spirit, and you see the discipline then comes out from within the interaction that they have. I am very happy that the Ministry of Sport have allocated the $390,000 to ensure that the Belizean children are taken care of. Senator Moses Bengoshe, Bishop Moses Bengoshe mentioned that he was once an athlete, and Bishop, you can attest to the fact that when you're playing sports, no matter how hard we play, we fight with each other, but at the end of the day, we're able to discuss and come to an applicable solution. I want to stand here and congratulate the Lady Jaguars for the job that they have done. And this shows where the efforts of the government has also been placed. I'd like to highlight 3 young ladies who are members of this team. Most importantly, I have a student, Shamika Lambe, and there is another young lady, Khalida Velasquez, Sene Apolonio. These 3 women are from Dangriga, and I would like to congratulate them and the entire team for the exceptional job that they have done. You guys have played your hearts out, and you have allowed our country to stand beside you with national pride. And I want to finally again congratulate the Ministry of Sports for all that they have done and all that they will continue to do to make sure that the youths of Belize find a place, especially doing something that they love. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm going to be very brief. I gladly support this supplementary, but I want to highlight three specifics that it has been raised over and over and over and over by the opposition, whether in the House or in the Senate. And what I like about it is that we are dealing with a government that is proactive, that listens, that understands the dynamics of where we're at and what needs to be done, and that's getting it done. And that's very, very important. I remember the cry was, oh, we not got enough supplies in the hospital. The people, they cry from north to south, east to west. And those are, apart from the fact that it's just ridiculous political slang, because if you've been in government, you understand the dynamics of how it works. So it's not that we don't know better, but we are trying to gain political mileage on the health issue of people. So the 23 million allocated here, as Senator Herrera indicated, is certainly not enough. All right, anybody that has worked in healthcare understands the dynamicity of it and the need. Now, this administration very recently went a little farther, Senator Bengushe, and so if you attend any of our public health facilities, there's absolutely no cost, $0, with the exception of Carthusia Memorial, and that has to be another focus. Now, Equal Health for All is the theme for the Ministry of Health, and healthcare has always been very dear to me. When I see government and administrations making these moves, these are not just minor moves, these are major. For ladies going to Bengupan Hospital or Corozal Hospital or Njwak or Dangriga Polyclinic or Punta Gorda Hospital or San Ignacio Polyclinic or Benquevejo, and receiving care at no cost. The only thing I will use this moment to inject, Madam President, is that, and this has absolutely nothing to do with the budget or with government. It has to do with how service is provided by the public servant in the healthcare sector. Not because you're dealing with poor people and they are not paying. It doesn't mean you treat them like less than human beings. All right? I have had many, many people call me, mention to me that they are treated horribly, flippantly in our facilities, and there's absolutely no cause and no reason or no justification for that. If somebody comes to you, it's because they need help. And because they come, the least you can do is give them the courtesy. So I really seriously appeal to those who provide healthcare from north to south, east to west, in our public facilities, to be very, very mindful of how they treat people in these facilities. That's number one, Madam. Number two is in relation to, and I have to pull up my supplementary because I highlighted them. the AG ministry, the personal emoluments of 1.5 million. And this was, again, just a lot of noise without trying to address. This is not a PUP administration issue, Senator Chris. This is an issue that has been long-standing. What we are doing now is a corrective measure. But again, because of trying to gain cheap political points, you'll hear a lot of yeah. Instead of being truthful. And I've said this over and over to friends and members of the opposition side. If you want to regain credibility to the Belizean people, which is something that's key to electability, then you have to start by telling the truth. You have to start by being real, not being ridiculous. And I'm grateful that this line item is here and that this long-standing issue is finally being corrected. And my last point, Madam President, is again with the acquisition of the CT scan at KHMH. Again, a lot of noise. Anybody that has worked in the healthcare industry and understands tertiary health, understands the costs associated with it, and knows for a fact that it's not just to get an equipment. You don't just get one CT scan. You know, Madam President, any of these high technology equipment requires extreme costs in maintenance, and they must be frequently calibrated by individuals that do not reside, live, or we don't have the capacity in Belize to really take care of these equipment and to secure the expertise that have to come in and take care of it. For example, KHMH, when the CT went down, you don't just say, oh, I'll buy a new one. You try to get it fixed. And it's not until you realize you can't get it fixed that you have to start procuring another. And that's one of the reasons why I try to understand why people will do these kind of things, while they get up and speak outside of their area and without the knowledge. When you know, if you don't know, ask. And if you don't have the courage to ask because you are too ashamed to say you don't know, research. Ask Mr. Google. All right? So, this when our, and I've worked in facilities, when our CT goes down, you don't replace a CT in 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months. You know how long it takes before you could find a proper CT and get the proper people to come and install it? That's no joke. That's no joke. So I commend the ministry for the efforts they are making. A lot is being invested again in KHMH and across this country. And I listened to Senator Luke saying, oh, we want a CT here, we want a CT there. It's not that simple. It's very, 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 I wish we could have a CT in every facility. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. It's impractical. All right? So I really commend government, cabinet, Senator Chris, and all who work so hard on making sure that the monies are put in areas where they are absolutely necessary. And therefore, with that and more reasons, I gladly support this supplementary.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have some short remarks regarding the supplemental appropriation number 2, 2023-2024. Of course, I rise to my feet to support it in all its entity. I go specifically to the judiciary portion of which the supplemental has highlighted. For those who may have forgotten, the present administration has put in place a very robust judiciary system or structure that is going and is now in full action I want to say to be able to deliver justice on a timely basis to the Belizean people. And so if we can reminisce, we can clearly recall what has been activated, we will know that there will be expenditure as it relates to this new structure. In addition, I'll also like to highlight the fact that the Supplementary Association number 2 highlights monies that is allocated to the legislature. And as a Belizean, more than ever, I have come to appreciate what this National Assembly building stands for. The rich history that has come behind it as it relates to the father of the nation having to give a design that is very much Mayan in its entirety. And having now the opportunity that I've had to visit other parliamentary houses, I have a deeper, like I said, appreciation for what is here now. Looking forward to what is to come and how wholesome the National Assembly will be in terms of addressing different needs for parliamentarian is also fascinating because we see this at an international level as well. So a heart gratitude for sure goes out to the government for what is projected for this parliamentary building. I'd just like to just quickly comment though on, even though it's a small portion being allotted to Baja, I support every initiative that has to do with expenditures for the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, and Enterprise. For several reasons, simply because that particular ministry and others, of course, but them in particular, because I've followed that ministry, has put a lot of emphasis on training and funding for our farmers. And when we support our farmers, we know that Belizeans overall will have access to food. Unlike other countries that are experiencing food shortage in different forms, Belize, because of its rich landmass, and we have farmers who are being educated, we know for sure that Belizeans will have access to food. In addition, when we support our farmers, we know that they contribute to the wider GDP, and of course, that's an additional benefit for us. I would also like to say that any type of expenditure that is allotted to the Ministry of Agriculture helps to support any initiative that farmers will do that has to do with climate crisis. And with the climate crisis, that is a global issue. And so when we look at the fact that we're doing all that we possibly can, all measures are being explored to be able to ensure that farmers are utilizing methods that will ensure that our environment, as Senator Kay has been emphasizing, that our environment is taken care of, is a plus, and it shows that it's a government that is being, that has foresight. I also like to briefly touch on the fact that the numerous scholarships continue, and we know that once scholarships are awarded and those personnel are successful, it therefore means that that's one additional person with expertise that gives back to our population. In addition, not just education would they give in service, but of course, it can simply mean that that scholar is now adding value. They are added value to the private and to the public sector. So I commend any type of budgeting that supports the Ministry of Education. With that said, I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. And I join with my colleagues in welcoming Senators Martinez and Kay, Dr. Kay. Before I get into some of the specifics, I'd like to just more speak generally to this process in terms of budgeting. I would say that it's not an easy task, certainly not an easy task. We have a government and administration that's about action, getting things done, moving this country forward rather than just talking about it. And at the same time, we have to appreciate the context within which we operate. And that context involves history, what we inherit, what the past administration did or did not do. So this supplementary reflects management of public finances over time. And in looking at this budget, it reflects not only the commitment of this government to action and to meaningful progress, but to having to address the past, the unfortunate realities that we are faced with. And I would like to speak first of all to the CT scan. This CT scan, I think Senator Williams highlighted the CT scan and how we finally are getting this CT scan. But maybe just discuss a little bit about the history to get an appreciation of the context. The last CT scan that was purchased for KHMH was in 2004. Yes, almost 20 years ago. That CT under a PUP administration, that CT scan lasted and worked, functioned for 7 years or thereabouts to 2010, 2011. Then it started to fail. Lo and behold, what happened? The UDP bought a CT scan in 2012, 2013, 2015, 2020. No CT scan. Leave it there. Talk about different things. Talk and talk. Even today, talk. But no CT scan was purchased. No CT scan. Until who comes around and buys it? This PUP administration. Talk, but no action. This administration is about action, not talk. So now we have a CT scan. And yes, a CT scan that's top of the line, what they call it, 128 slice Fujitsu CT scan. With maintenance included, So it's not only about getting the CT scan, but planning ahead, because there will be issues that arise. I think what was also highlighted was this 1.5 million to the AG ministry. Again, that's a lot of talk and no action. This that's true. I'm surprised you made a good point. And under whose purview was this matter? Senator Perifit? Yes, Senator Perifit had responsibility for this. This was under the AG's ministry. When there were adjustments to salary over the past administration for public officers, Crown councils were unfortunately left out to the tune of 17% salary adjustment, or being behind on that salary. So this is, as Senator Collette mentioned, a corrective measure. So it's costly, yes, but it is what the Crown councils are entitled to. And we are honoring that obligation as a government. This government is about action, not talk. Once again represented in this decision. So, when we look at the points raised, I have to concede that it is, yes, a challenge to find the monies. It is a tall order, but we have to respect the ambition of this government to meet the needs of the people and to honor the obligations of a good government. Looking at more of the specifics that have been raised so far, I would like to highlight in terms of the Ministry of Health, the 23 million. That is principally for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, but that also is reflective of this multi-year management of the finances of the government. The reality is we have had challenges, bills left unpaid over many years, and it has to take time. With scarce resources that we have addressed some of those outstanding bills, but in the case of the Ministry of Health and these supplies, we are playing a process of catch-up. So some of these bills are for past outstanding payments in connection with procurements. But nonetheless, we are in that process whereby next fiscal year we will have been fully caught up. In the area of the 2.5 million, the constituency development assistance program under the office of the Prime Minister, as has been said, there is no partisanship in that. That is shared amongst all the constituency in an equitable way. And as much as my colleagues have lobbied for it, the reality is, given the need to maintain prudence, this has not been increased from past fiscal years. That number has remained the same. With respect to the Ministry of Education, the 1.2 million, that is connected to an IDB loan. So there, with these loans, in terms of what we negotiate or continue to negotiate, there are accompanying grants. So you have loans, you have a counterparty contribution from the government, but you also have accompanying grants. I think this one was an IDB migration facility grant. So that's what that is, where it comes from. But what it is used for is for this STEAM lab that's being developed. So this is continuing that process of the STEAM learning in the secondary school under the Education Quality Improvement Program. The repair of schools, I think it's several schools. We have a couple schools, I think San Jose Socots, but there's also Belize Rural Primary School under a different line item here. But there are three. I think San Jacinto was the next one. Mention has been made about the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and there's an allocation of a little over 660,000 for that. But I want to reiterate what some of my other colleagues here today have spoken to. The government can only do so much when it comes to youth and sports. It fully appreciates the value to supporting sports programs. But we really do look forward to the private sector stepping up in a far more meaningful way. This may well mean that we do in the upcoming fiscal year need to make some tweaks to incentivize the private sector, but I would like to encourage the private sector to meet the government in its support for sports in Belize. On the matter of the Ministry of Natural Resources and the acquisition payments, this is an allocation of $6 million for acquisition payments, settlements, court judgments. Under the supplementary one, the first supplementary appropriation act of this year, there was also an allocation, I think roughly $5 million for that. And it does represent a hole, a gaping hole, if you will, in our finances. I think, if I'm not mistaken, under the past administration, they had mentioned that there are several $100 million in contingent liabilities for land acquisition, payments and settlements. And this is something that I certainly agree with Senator Herrera on this, is an area that requires not only a solution going forward, but an understanding of what we are saddled with and how do we get out of that situation. The reality is, though, we have these legal obligations that we are faced with, and we have to provide for these legal obligations. I want to finalize with thanking the senators for their constructive comments, both on Friday and today. I really would like to look forward to further discussions, pre-Senate meetings with the opposition members. It's unfortunate that there is not that representation at those meetings. It is not, yes, for the record, Friday wasn't the first absence of opposition members at these meetings. It's a continuous practice. Going forward, understanding that we have limited time here, it is certainly useful for all senators to participate in these meetings so that we are fully informed when we come to the Senate to debate these bills. So thanks very much, Madam President. I support this bill.
Madam President, I would like to thank all senators for their contributions, especially those who have been constructive. I will end by, because things have been responded to comprehensively, just raise one issue for future consideration. There are a number of constitutions that specifically provide for a different way for dealing with land acquisition or acquisition of private property. And perhaps we should give some thought to it in the process of the People's Constitutional Commission. Those constitutions, Madam President, because of this same problem that we are facing, specifically provide that prior to acquisition and the publication of a notice of acquisition, the government must, one, engage with and agree the compensation, or if it is not agreed, that an estimate evaluation must be done by the government, and the funds must be appropriated before you acquire the land, so that if your land is going to be acquired or your property is going to be acquired, you can agree it and you get your compensation. If it is not agreed, then an estimate and evaluation has to be prepared, and that money must be appropriated and made available prior to the acquisition so that you don't end up acquiring a lot of land and running up hundreds of millions in liability. So that is something we can consider. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of nationality to children born to Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired, to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill reflects a policy position of the government in response to an issue that we have been encountering. The best way to explain it is by way of an example. Two non-Belizeans have two children. At the time of birth of those children, because they are non-Belizeans, their parents are non-Belizeans, they are not entitled to apply for Belizean nationality by descent. If those two children are born outside of Belize, they are not entitled to nationality on the basis of having been born in Belize. But what has been happening? We have been coming across a number of requests or applications where one of those parents, subsequent to having those children, marries a Belizean and so acquires Belizean nationality. So now you have two children born, let's say, in 1990, to parents who are not Belizeans, living outside of Belize, born outside of Belize. They are not entitled to nationality on the basis of descent, nor being born in Belize. Long after, one of the parents marries a Belizean, and we get an application from that person, that spouse now, to say, I want my Belizean nationality. Invariably, a few months later, you get applications. The two children say, well, I want to be Belizean. These children don't live in Belize, have no intention of living in Belize, were not born in Belize, and were not born to Belizean parents. As a matter of policy, Madam President, we say that those children should not be entitled to nationality through descent. And so you see the provision 1A. A certificate of registration shall not be granted by descent to a minor if at the time of birth of the minor none of the parents is a citizen of Belize, or after the birth of the minor either parent obtains Belizean nationality. Now this is addressing descent. Why does it address descent? Because if you come under descent, and Senator Williams is very familiar with this, having served as the minister, you get it automatically. Look now at the proviso to 13.1. The proposed proviso will say that a certificate of registration shall be granted to that child only if the child has resided in Belize for at least 1 year preceding the date of the application, of the applicant parent. So, Madam President, to be clear, when that mother, when that father becomes a Belizean through marriage, of course it is possible through permanent residence. If you live there for 5 years, you can apply. That person is now a Belizean, but it is mostly through marriage. Under Section 11 of the Belize Nationality Act, Belizean Nationality Act, for a spouse to become a Belizean, they must marry and reside in Belize for at least 1 year. So we are saying, if you want your child to become a Belizean, they cannot get it through descent, but by registration. And when you come by registration, you must reside in Belize for at least 1 year when married to your spouse, and the child must reside in Belize for at least 1 year. So, Madam President, what it is doing is ensuring that anyone who becomes a Belizean by registration must have some connection to this Belizean jewel of ours. And so, Madam President, I want to make one point absolutely clear. This amendment does not apply to roots Belizeans. It only applies to people who are non-Belizean and then apply for registration of nationality either by marriage or through permanent residence. And insofar as their children are concerned, they must reside in Belize for 1 year prior to making the application. It is establishing a connection between the applicant and Belize. And I commend the amendment to the Senate. Thank you, Madam President. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of a nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 61 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to the granting of nationality to children born to non-Belizean who have, since the time of their birth, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back, directly or indirectly, to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Now, Madam President, I confess that last week, Thursday, I don't usually listen to the House of Representatives, but I was alerted to the debate on this bill when the House was meeting. And I was taken aback and surprised by the contributions by members of the opposition. Firstly, because I was specifically asked to provide the rationale for this bill, and I provided it in black and white. So persons who received that were speaking from an informed position. To my surprise, no questions were fed back to me, no clarification was sought. But I heard double speak, internally inconsistent and contradictory arguments, and above all, an unvarnished and unbridled ignorance of the Constitution of this country. And so, Madam President, in order that we can put quietus to the misinformation that was propagated by opposition members of the House, I will be a little longer than I usually am on these pieces of legislation. Madam President, the starting position of the Briceño administration on this bill is an unequivocal policy position that no one, no non-Belizean shall ever, after this bill is passed, benefit from the economic citizenship program that has been abolished in this country. It is remarkable to me, Madam President, that members of the opposition would take the positions that they took when they themselves came to this House and abolished the very rights they were posturing and grandstanding about in the House last Thursday. It's a disgrace. But, Madam President, let's be clear. Economic citizenship was introduced into this country in 1995 by the United Democratic Party. 1985. Constitution was amended specifically. Section 26. Section 26 of the Constitution, which provides for registration. Act number 14 of 1985 added a subclause C in November 1985 to allow for the grant of nationality on the basis of registration to any person who makes a substantial contribution to the economy and or well-being of Belize or has rendered distinguished service to Belize. That amendment in 1985 was introduced by the United Democratic Party. Madam President, members of the Senate, a lot was said of who corrupted the program and who never corrupt, who was innocent and who never innocent. It is unnecessary for me to get into that because I had thought, until I heard the positions articulated on Thursday, that it was common ground, a joint position, that we should abolish economic citizenship. But I heard people talking out of both sides of their mouth. And so we need to be very clear. This program was abolished by an amendment to the Constitution in 2001. And I think, Madam President, any senator, because this is an important matter of nationality, who believes that we should allow people to continue to benefit from economic citizenship and to get Belizean nationality based on economic citizenship, I am saying that they should say so clearly to the Belizean people here and now today. And I am unreservedly, unequivocally opposed to the grant of economic citizenship and to allow anyone to benefit from it. So I make my position clear. Madam President, what is the purpose of this bill? The bill says in its recital, it's very clear, simple language for all of us to understand. Whereas the Belize Constitution, 4th Amendment Act 2001 prohibited the reintroduction of similar programs pursuant to Section 4 of the Belize Constitution, 4th Amendment Act 2001, whereas the government wishes to ensure that no further citizenship is granted to any person as a result of the Belize Economic Citizenship Investment Program. That is the objective of this bill, Madam President. Now, it is interesting. You know, Senator Cowis spoke a short while ago about history. Madam President, perhaps Senator Williams will remind me who was in government when the economic citizenship program was abolished. Was the People's United Party. But what happened? Section 12 of the Belizean Nationality Act, Madam President, and I will, with your permission, read it. This is a provision that was brought into law to allow the grant of economic citizenship pursuant to the amendment to Section 26, and I will read it. It says, for the purposes of this act, economic citizen means a person who has, to the satisfaction of the minister, made a substantial contribution to the economy and the well-being of Belize, or has rendered distinguished service to Belize, and who is not entitled to be registered under any other act or other provisions of this act, is of full age and sound mind, and is of good character. Dependent, in relation to an economic citizen, means the father and mother, as well as the father-in-law and mother-in-law of the economic citizen, who are incapacitated or unable to work, or the minor children of the economic citizen and the adult children of the economic citizen who are dependent on the economic citizen for their livelihood and are below the age of 30. So it sets out who can apply and who are the dependents who can benefit. Economic citizenship shall be granted by registration upon the application to the minister in the same manner as an application under Section 11 of this Act, and the same fee shall be payable for a certificate under this section. Now listen to this very carefully, Madam President. Section 12, subsection 3 says, any applicant who is granted citizenship by registration shall be entitled to have the applicant's spouse and dependents, if any, registered as citizens of Belize at the same time or at a subsequent time thereafter, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 13 of this Act. And then 4, subsections 3 and 4 of Section 10 of this Act shall apply to an application under this section. Madam President, I want to emphasize 12.3. Any applicant who is granted citizenship by registration shall be entitled to have the applicant's spouse and dependents, if any, registered as citizens of Belize at the same time or at a subsequent time thereafter, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 13 of this Act. What is this doing? Prior to 1985, when economic citizenship was introduced, nobody could get economic citizenship could get Belizean citizenship based on economic citizenship. So Section 26 of the Constitution was amended, and then the enabling legislation, the Belizean Nationality Act, Section 12, was introduced. I want to emphasize, Madam President, that spouse and dependents, minor children, were given the right to apply for Belizean nationality dependent on the grant of nationality to the father, the husband, whoever. So it was a contingent right. Now, listen carefully, Bishop. In 2014, who was in power in 2014? Who? The UDP. The UDP in 2014 came to this House and this Senate, and you know what they did, Madam President? They repealed Section 12 of the Belizean Nationality Act. No longer, from 2014, no longer can a spouse or a dependent get Belizean nationality relying on economic citizenship. People were in the National Assembly talking about infringing people's constitutional right, discriminating against people. There is only one class of Belizean. Who took away the right of spouses and children to rely on economic citizenship to get Belizean nationality? The same people who were double-speaking and contradicting themselves and spouting legal ignorance. Madam President, from 2014, Section 12 was repealed and no one was entitled to apply as a spouse of an economic citizen or as a dependent. It asks the question then, why the confusion? Why do we have to bring this bill today? Madam President, first of all, when we came into office, our ministry had repeated complaints from our missions abroad about the amount of applications that they were receiving from non-Belizeans who are third and fourth generation economic citizenship. One, economic citizen gave it to his son in 1999. That son grows up and married, gave Belizean nationality to the wife. They have 4 children. Apply for nationality for those 4 children. Those children grew up and married and are today applying for Belizean nationality, relying on a program that has been abolished and has been barred from reintroduction in the Constitution, and which the UDP in 2014 repealed Section 12 of the law to preclude spouses and dependent minors from getting economic citizenship. And we continue to process it since 2014. You know, the purpose of economic citizenship is to raise money for the development of a country and the grant of nationality to people who come from countries where, because of the circumstances, it's difficult for them to travel. So as a matter of convenience, they buy nationality. All these legacy grant of nationality make no $50,000, $20,000, $30,000 contribution. Then they get it like consolable like anybody else. So the whole purpose of the program is defeated by people who are not entitled to get it. Why the confusion? The confusion, Madam President, and I am not seeking to blame members of staff of the Immigration Department or our missions abroad, is that when you look at the Belizean Nationality Act, since Section 12 has been removed, there is nothing in the Act that tells you that a person who is married to a Belizean and who became a Belizean under economic citizenship is not entitled to the rights in the law. So you have somebody today from Libya making an application to our High Commission in London saying, my grandfather was an economic citizen, my father got nationality from him, and now I want nationality from him. And I have looked at the Belizean Nationality Act, and I am entitled to get it by descent. There is nothing in the law that says that that person is not entitled to get it by descent. Because when the repeal was done, which repealed that, there was nothing to say, and that no further applications are to be entertained. So, they continue to process these applications. And Madam President, we say, stop it. It's done. And that's why the law says, the bill, no person shall be registered as a citizen of Belize based on descent if the parent whose nationality is being relied upon by an applicant was not born in Belize and obtained Belizean nationality as a result of an economic citizenship relationship. And it says, subsection clause 3.2, no person shall be capable of being registered as a citizen of Belize by marriage if the spouse whose nationality is being relied upon by the applicant was not born in Belize and obtained Belizean nationality as a result of an economic citizenship relationship. This, Madam President, is the reverse, the flip side of what the UDP did in 2014. They said, you can't get it, but then the act remained silent. And so we are just saying, okay, we are putting it in now in an affirmative way. You can't get it. Madam President, and I was asked this morning by 2 senators, what about the constitutionality of all of this? You know, let me be kind. We have to understand, Madam President, what we're dealing with. We are dealing with persons who are not Belizeans and who want to become Belizeans. And we say that none of them can take advantage of that relationship. Persons who are not Belizeans who want to become Belizean. What does the Constitution say? The first point, as the Honorable Francis Fonseca pointed out, is Section 28 of the Constitution as it currently stands. The National Assembly, not somebody outside of Belize, the National Assembly may make provisions not inconsistent with this part in respect of citizenship including provisions for the acquisition of citizenship of Belize by persons who are not eligible or who are no longer eligible to become citizens of Belize under this part. I will repeat that, Madam President. The Constitution of this country, the supreme law, empowers the National Assembly to make provision not inconsistent with this part in respect of citizenship, including for the acquisition of citizenship of Belize by a person who is not eligible or who are no longer eligible to become citizens of Belize. So anybody who the profile in London, Dubai, or Geneva, you are no longer entitled to Belizean citizenship based on economic citizenship because the National Assembly of Belize exercises its power under Section 28. The Constitution says this National Assembly has that power. 28.2, Madam President. Paragraph A, which is the one I just read, of subsection 1 of this section shall not be construed as allowing the National Assembly to make any legislation for the acquisition of citizenship of Belize by any person who makes a substantial contribution to the economy and or well-being of Belize or who has rendered distinguished service to Belize. That is barring the reintroduction of economic citizenship. It makes a mockery of our Constitution, Madam President. If that program was abolished and the Constitution bars its reintroduction, and yet there are people turning up at our embassies and high commissions and saying, I want nationality based on economic citizenship. Madam President, the Constitution is very clear. Let's go to section 16. Section 16 deals with the protection against discrimination. And you will forgive me, Madam President, but I have to read it. Section 16(1), subject to the provisions of subsections 4 and 5 and 7 of this section, no law shall make any provision that is discriminatory either of itself or in its effect. Section 16(2). Subject to the provisions of subsections 6, 7, and 8 of this section, no person shall be treated in a discriminatory manner by any person or authority. So you bar the passing of discriminatory laws and you bar the discriminatory treatment of people. And this is important. 3. In this section, the expression discriminatory means affording different treatment to different persons attributable wholly or mainly to their respective descriptions by sex, race, place of origin. Flag that. Place of origin. Political opinions, color, or creed, whereby persons of one such description are subjected to disabilities or restrictions to which persons of another such description are not made subject or are accorded privileges or advantages which are not accorded to persons of another such description. What is that definition saying? The definition is saying that when you use the word discriminatory in section 16, it means on the basis of race, sex, place of origin, etc. So for our purposes, we are focusing on the place of origin, because these people do not originate from Belize. They originate from outside of Belize, and they want to become Belizean citizens. Section 16 goes on. Subsection 1, that bars the law from making discriminatory treatment. Subsection 1 of this section shall not apply to any law so far as that law makes provision, A and B, with respect to persons who are not citizens of Belize. The discriminatory provision in the Constitution bars people from being treated in a discriminatory way and says that you cannot pass a law that has a discriminatory effect, but it has exceptions. And one exception, Madam President, is your place of origin. And if you are not a citizen of Belize. You see, Madam President, what subsection 3 is saying is based on your place of origin, restrictions may be placed on you by law passed by the National Assembly. Based on your place of origin, and you're not a citizen of Belize. And so we, Madam President, rely on Section 28 that says it is the National Assembly who must make laws for the acquisition of citizenship. We rely on Section 16 that says specifically that you can discriminate against a person who is from outside of Belize and is not a citizen of Belize. And so we are saying emphatically that the Constitution provides for us to make a law that says to persons who are not citizens of Belize, you cannot any longer get Belizean nationality because we are treating you different from the way in which we treat other persons who are outside of Belize and who are not Belizean citizens. Madam President, let me wind up this by going back to what the bill says. On the commencement of this act, an economic citizenship relationship shall not give rise to any rights relating to Belizean citizenship. For the avoidance of doubt, the provisions of this act shall not affect the rights of any Belizean who obtain their nationality prior to the coming into force of this act. We are closing a loophole because from 2014, the law repealed Section 12, and so the grant of all of those nationalities, Madam President, is dubious. Because under Section 12 that said the wife and the children could get it, was repealed. But we are saying if you have it, this law will not apply to you. We are not seeking to undo any of that. And for the avoidance of doubt, the provisions of this act shall not apply to any application for nationality relying on economic citizenship that was made on or before the 1st of October 2023. So we put a cutoff date because there were applications that were coming in, and we stopped it on the 1st of October. Madam President, I'm obliged to draw one more thing to the attention of this Honorable Senate. The Constitution, Section 26, authorizes this National Assembly to pass laws to revoke citizenship. Even if you become a Belizean, your citizenship can be revoked. I want to draw the attention of this Honorable Senate to Section 20 of the Belizean Nationality Act as it currently reads and has been for a long time. A person who is a citizen by registration shall cease to be a citizen of Belize if that person resides outside of Belize for 5 consecutive years or more. Shall cease. There are thousands of economic citizenship nationals who have never set foot in Belize. There are thousands of them who came, buy a piece of land, gone, and have never returned. But they are inundating the Ministry of Immigration and our embassies and missions with renewal of their passports. All I will say, Madam President, it is very easy for us to use the Midas system at immigration to plug in the names of the economic citizens and to find out when last they came to Belize. The law is very strict. If you're not coming out for 5 years, you lose a citizenship. I end by saying this, Madam President. 1, economic citizenship has been abolished in this country and cannot be brought back. We are closing a loophole, an oversight, if you will, that should have been inserted in 2014 when Section 12 was repealed, simply to say that you can't rely on economic citizenship to continue to get Belizean citizenship. The Constitution specifically empowers the National Assembly to pass laws that discriminate against persons who are of a different place of origin and who are not citizens of Belize. And what we are seeking to do is to rely on those sections to say, as of today, no longer will economic citizenship give rise to Belizean citizens. Let me end by saying this. We are seeking visa waivers with a number of countries, particularly the European Union, who have serious concerns about people who acquire nationality by way of economic citizenship. It does not advance our argument to say to them that when the application was made, we did a rigorous security check. Why? Because a lot of those rigorous security checks are on children, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12. But they have our passport. They may become criminals at 20, and they have no obligation to do another security check. So, we need to ensure that the persons who we are giving nationality to, as best as we can, Madam President, pass scrutiny and ensure that when we seek to have visa waivers with the European Union, with Canada, with other countries in the Middle East, we can say to them affirmatively, the entire economic citizenship program has been closed down, it has been abolished, it cannot return, and no legacy citizenship can be granted. That is our purpose, that is our intention, and I would urge this Honorable Senate to support those policy objectives. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank the leader of government business in the Senate, Senator Courtney, for the way in which he shared with us today and for the way in which he painstakingly went through the different aspects of what pertained then and where we are now. I want to believe that he made it clearer. And I just want to say, Senator Courtney, that like you, I'm very reserved as to what I listen to in the House of Representatives, save and except to say, and that is no disrespect, save and except to say that I do recognize that there are times that I have to listen to aspects of the House of Representatives, especially with the function that I will have to perform here as a senator. And so I do have to listen to aspects of the House of Representatives. I want to thank you again because, as I said, and just to emphasize, I think as a creature of the law, you have done quite well in explaining, and perhaps maybe you should become a law lecturer. Because I think when you were young, but you explained well in pointing out that which was and is before us. Allow me, however, and perhaps maybe you might be able to answer me in your closing statements, but I just want to perhaps ask a few questions, though you might have answered in a way, but allow me to still ask, what was the purpose why this economic citizenship came into being at the time that it did? And perhaps maybe you might not be able to answer because you did indicate that it wasn't your administration, but I think that is important for me, especially in light of the fact of some of the things that you have brought up. Is it a practice that was carried out by both administrations as time unfolded? And I think more so as we have come here now, and you have pointed to the fact that constitutionally speaking, it is the National Assembly that has the power to be able to now fully put this behind us, if I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm depending on you to guide me in this respect. And I need to find out what are the alternatives to persons who perhaps might be caught up in this issue at this time and not sure what will happen to them insofar as their citizenship is concerned. I must also ask of you to perhaps maybe answer the question about why, for example, the administration as it is now is not perhaps taking this matter, since it has to do with the Constitution. Why is it that perhaps the administration would not consider putting this before the PCC, especially in light of the fact that at this time the Constitution debate is currently taking place? Perhaps Senator Courtney, one of the things that we need to, or I also need to remind the nation of from my own research, even as I had asked the question previously as to what was perhaps the purpose of it then. One of the things that perhaps I can allude to, based on my own research, as I said, is that the persons, and I want to also thank you, Senator Courtney, for providing the data, because I know that is the question that was asked. And I want to thank you for supplying me with that data so that I would have been able to look through for myself as to who are some of these persons who have benefited in the past and what perhaps maybe is their current status. I know you have attempted to explain what can happen even if they had acquired it at age 5 and perhaps now they're at a certain age and we don't know what perhaps the kind of life that they're living. But one of the things that I do not want us to overlook at this point in time is the fact that it was called an economic citizenship. And as we review and perhaps think of bringing this to an end, is it also that perhaps at some point in time, some of these persons, perhaps maybe not enough, would have made an economic contribution to Belize at the time, or perhaps even currently so, might have expectations that they would like to make economic contribution to Belize. If that is the case, is it something that we as a nation can support? And I'm just throwing out these things, as I said, with the hope that perhaps you might be able to answer these questions. I would hope, however, that perhaps when we would have concluded the sitting today, that some appreciation and some satisfaction, if any, can be given to those who, as I said, might in some way or the other be caught up. And what will be the alternative? Because that for me is also very important. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Mr. President. I listened to the leader of government business going over section 16, 26 and 28 of the Constitution, as well as the various areas of the Nationality Act. And as a preface to this, I don't have any issues in terms of the government's policy position. My question, sure.
Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Like I was saying, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, Mr. President, the leader of government business went over section 16, 26, and 28 of the Constitution, as well as he gave an overview of the Nationality Act and the areas that have been repealed in order to stop the benefits that were deriving under the economic citizenship program. The question I have, though, was one specifically, and hopefully he can also address this one when he closes the debate. But under Section 25 of the Constitution, it states that a person born outside Belize on or after the 21st day of September 1981 shall become a citizen of Belize at the date of his birth, if at that date his father or mother is a citizen of Belize. So that part of it, like I said, I'm not at all against what is happening, but I think that, to me, in my view, Mr. President, it opens up an avenue for a constitutional case, and so I would probably like to see an explanation for that, because in here it's not stating at all that that whether or not his father was a citizen through the economic citizenship program. It just simply says his father or mother is a citizen of Belize. If they're a citizen of Belize, then that person then becomes a citizen of Belize at birth, and it says shall. And so that was the actual section of the Constitution that, when I was reviewing the papers and preparing for today, Mr. President, where I had a significant concern. And so if that is the case, then I wonder, well, will this require a constitutional amendment? Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Mr. President, please allow me to comment. Senator Courtney, I think you called my name about 3 times in that presentation that I should understand. And you would be pleased to know that I do understand. You would be pleased to know that I do understand. Lawyers are not infallible. You know that. That there were loopholes when Section 12 was repealed. There were loopholes, and this is an attempt to cure and to remedy the situation to avoid the problem of the applications being made abroad and locally for people who claim citizenship under the BSIP. It was repealed. We understand that. I certainly understood that. And so, Mr. Cal, Senator Cal, you have no doubt on this one. I have no problem. I support the bill.
I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Yes. Mr. President, the explanation shared by the leader of government business was certainly a crash course in what we're doing. And we would want to take this opportunity to once again encourage that we build our social dialogue, Mr. President. If we're afforded these types of dialogue during consultation process, it would make our work in developing our legal framework and building our nation much more easier. Not saying that it is going to say that, look, we then get an opportunity to debate over anything, but we get that extra opportunity to pool our stakeholders, to pool the people who we represent, and that we're able to understand collectively the importance of changes to legislations or introduction to legislation. So I certainly want to remind us of the importance of strengthening our social dialogues through consultation. Most of the time, we find ourselves supporting or agreeing with the explanations that we receive in the Senate, but we have to be brutally honest that passing amendments in one settings could put us in some setbacks. And many times we do have some setbacks. We ask questions, and of course we'd ask these questions because we have limited information about the materials, right? So I agree that that is a way how we could strengthen the entire work of the National Assembly, including the upper and the lower houses. Mr. President, we too would like to encourage the fact that we'd want to review the Constitution thoroughly, and that we see through the PCC exercise how we address some of these very serious concerns, Mr. President, but also that we review the other legislation cited by the leader of government business, such as the Nationality Act. We have a lot of legislations, Mr. President, that needs to be revised. It has to come, it has to meet today's standards. So we can't be 10 years later, or 15 or 20 years later, make some amendments, and then as soon as we make these amendments, you'll find out that, say, in our jurisdiction, it's changing, and so we continue to catch up. So we have to ensure that we're paying attention to how things are changing in our region as well as globally, so that we're not put into corners and we have to quickly make amendments to our legislations. So certainly we're encouraging those reviews, and we're encouraging that we strengthen our social dialogue and consultation. I yield. Thank you very much.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I want to respond to the queries that were raised, and I want to start first with Senator Williams. Senator Williams, if I communicated that I was blaming someone, that was not my intention. I was saying that you would know because of your previous role as minister. So that wasn't the intention. Secondly, if I can respond to the questions of Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, as I said at the very beginning of my introduction, I was surprised last Thursday to hear the questions and objections that were raised in the House. One, this bill was gazetted in October, the 14th of October, so it has been out there. Secondly, there was a National Assembly committee meeting. No one turned up and objected. No one had any complaints. So I assumed that simply that we were closing a loophole, there would have been no issues. But, you know, I'm open to the dialogue, and had I thought that there was going to be an issue, we would have arranged it last week, Friday, or even before. Senator Bengoshe, this program of economic citizenship came into being in 1985 in order to stimulate development in Belize. It was a way in which it was hoped that they would attract investment, attract new businesses, construction, and also put funds directly into the coffers of GOB, so that persons who were interested in the economic citizenship program were required to pay an amount. I believe it was 20 or 25,000. It subsequently went up, And then it was allocated to ReconDev, it was allocated to the central bank, I believe, and allocated some directly to the Ministry of Finance. As Honorable Patrick Faber had indicated, the ReconDev funds were used for social programs, scholarships, etc. And the funds in government coffers, of course, went to meet expenses of running the government. And to answer your question specifically, it was introduced by the United Democratic Party and continued by the People's United Party until it was abolished. So both political parties, whilst in government, were implemented and used the program. You have expressed a concern about people caught up in this issue, and I had hoped that I had made clear that there is no retroactivity. If you have it, you keep it. We put a cutoff date well in advance, 1st of October, no further applications. Applications in the pipeline, we will process those. Well, any dubious one we turn back. Any dubious one that doesn't have the right security checks, that doesn't pass the right medical test, that there's a question we have, again, I hope you won't criticize me, Senator Williams will have had opportunities where files are presented to her as they are presented to me with someone who had an offense 25 years ago, an offense that some kind of young person thing, and the question is, do you refuse that application 20, 25 years later? So there are discretions that are there. The long and short of it is that there is a rigorous process that is gone through to ensure that citizenship is only granted to people who duly qualify on the law, and we try our best. But Senator Bengushe, there is no person who currently or in the future will be denied their nationality. I pointed to Section 20 of the Belizean Nationality Act. I know that is a matter, I believe, the Constitutional Commission needs to take up. People who are going around the world, have never been to Belize, but using a Belize passport. Do those people still have nationality? The law says that the nationality shall cease. And the Constitution means that you apply the law. And so we have to make a decision whether you grandfather these people or you say, check the Midas, and we prepare the list, and we issue the notice and revoke it. But that's a very serious question, because then you are likely to result, unless those people have dual nationality, to make them stateless, which raises a whole different complication. The point I want to make to you is all applications prior to the 1st of October will be processed without prejudice. Anything after that will be refused and has been refused. Persons who have it since 2014 who may not or should not have had it, we are not at this stage doing anything with those persons. We say specifically that it is without prejudice, and you have it, you keep it. The Constitutional Reform Commission should look at the chapter on citizenship and make a determination. What do we do with persons who are, to use your phrase, caught up because they got it after 2014 in circumstances where, in fact, the law ought not to have allowed them. So that is something for the Constitutional Commission. Were economic, you asked the question, were economic contributions made? The answer is yes. There were a number of businesses, there were a number of houses that were bought, etc., etc. The economic activity was stimulated. Government coffers did receive monies. The problem, aside from the security problem, Senator Bengushe, those of us old enough and who were around at the time, the easiest way to make the economic contribution was to buy a piece of property. And so you had thousands of people, particularly from Hong Kong at the time, when it was before 1997, when there was fear of it going over to China, people from Taiwan, and most of the applicants are from mainland China who want a passport to be able to travel. They come and they buy a piece of land, start to build a house, get their passport, and then 1 year and gone. So you have a lot of unfinished property. There's a lot of property around this country being held by these persons who have no interest in Belize. They have no interest in that property, and the property is just sitting there, half-finished, undeveloped, underdeveloped, and creating a blight on our physical landscape. So yes, there was money coming. Yes, there was economic activity, but there are other models. Again, if the political Constitutional Commission wants to consider. St. Kitts and Nevis, for example, has perhaps in the developing world the most reputable economic citizenship program. And they don't generally allow one-off. I want to buy a house. It has to be a subdivision. It has to be an apartment complex so that there is an entire plan and a thing that is built and created, and then you get your passport after your property or your house is built and so on and so forth. So it can be managed if you take a policy decision that you want to do it. Senator Herrera, all I will say to you is there's a principle in constitutional law that, and in legal interpretation of acts and documents, you cannot look at one section in isolation. Everything must be read as a whole. And I suggest to you that when you read section 25, together with 28 and 16, you will see that in one section, a right is conferred, but the other section authorizes the National Assembly, notwithstanding the grant of that right, to discriminate and to make provisions for persons who fall into the category that you were talking about, i.e., my parent is from wherever he got nationality under the Economic Citizenship Program, and he's born. Now we are making provision to say you are not a citizen of Belize, you are outside of Belize, and therefore Section 16 authorizes that. Look carefully at Section 28. 28(1)(a) for the acquisition of citizenship of Belize by persons who are not eligible or who are no longer eligible. So even though you have the eligibility, we can make a law to say you are no longer eligible. And so when you read that with Section 25, you will see that it is the National Assembly that makes the laws to deal with these situations. I thank the members for asking the questions, and Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to finally abolish the rights of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill is a part of the government's policy of strengthening municipalities and giving them power. It provides a full regime for municipal bodies to raise securities and to raise funds by the issuing of security, and for the regulation of those funds. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, prior to the sitting of the Senate, I sought your permission, which was granted very kindly, for us to take the next 6 bills together. These bills arise from our obligation to satisfy certain requirements under the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. Sorry. My apologies, Madam President. Not number 5. Oh, sorry. Let me deal with that one. Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to validate the decisions of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill is a validating bill. And in brief, what occurred was the legislation was passed and its bringing into force was delayed. It was delayed specifically to try to make some arrangements with respect to medium and small enterprises. Whilst that was being done, applications were coming into the bell trade and some of them were processed and regulations were made for them to be processed. In the result, Madam President, that benefits were granted to Belizean businesses, small businesses. The bill has now been brought into force fully, and therefore this bill seeks to validate the decisions, the regulations, and the incentives that have been granted, whilst the bill had not yet come into force. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to validate the decisions of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to validate the decision of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Thank you, Madam President. As I had indicated a short while ago, with your permission, we would like to take the next 5 bills together as a group. I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act No. 8 of 2023 to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And also a bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 271 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation of financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And a bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 24(2) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And finally, a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, members of the Senate, these bills are seeking to satisfy the requirements imposed by the Financial Action Task Force. As you know, we have had at least 2 sessions where we passed a multiplicity of bills to meet these conditions. These are, I hope, the final 5. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 24(02) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, Limited Liabilities Company number 2 bill. The bill for an act to amend the Limited Liabilities Company Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment number 2 bill, 2023. The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, International Foundation Bill 2023. The bill for an act to amend the International Foundation Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Non-Profit Organization Amendment Bill 2023. the bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act, Act number 14 of 2023.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and the Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investment Limited and the Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, members of the Senate, I think it is well established and agreed by all that the port at Port Loyola is of signal importance to the government and people of Belize. It is the primary port of interest of entry and exit in this country, and indeed, Madam President, it is strategic for the importance of Belize and a lifeline for our economy. On January 5th, 2012, that port was put into receivership. 5th of January 2012. And entities like that are put into receivership when it appears that the company cannot pay its obligations, and its creditors will put it into receivership. A receiver is appointed to sell and to manage the asset in the meantime, but to sell to collect for the creditor. Lo and behold, Madam President, that receivership lasted until the 30th of April 2023. 11 years. 11 long years, Madam President. I don't know. It's probably the longest receivership ever in this country. I have no idea. But it led to an unsatisfactory state of affairs, Madam President. The public will be aware that the relationship between management and the stevedores is deteriorated during that period of time. There were strikes, Madam President, which had serious deleterious consequences for individuals, for businesses, indeed for the economy of Belize. Efforts to resolve those disputes failed. Court cases were brought against the Stevedores Union, alleging illegal strike, claiming damages for interruption of business. That is not the type of labor relations that we're accustomed to in this country. The intransigence of the parties, and particularly the management, Madam President, has led to an unsatisfactory state of affairs in this country. The use of litigation to resolve that type of issue and to pressure, Madam President, is not the way we conduct business in this country. And that has to be looked at in the context, Madam President, where the government tried its best to try to mediate, to encourage, to move parties along to some path of harmony, some path of understanding and a better relationship. To the extent that the government even agreed and decided to make a payment to stevedores. And again, Madam President and members of the Senate, even that was stopped by the management. Litigation, injunction, money can't get to the stevedores because of the injunction secured by management. Now, Madam President, that is not money that the company had. That is not money that the company was disputing whether they were to pay. That is money from Belizean taxpayers that the government decided they were going to make a payment. And even that was the subject and continues to be the subject of litigation. The business community, particularly the productive sector of this country, have been frustrated by the refusal of the management of Port of Belize Limited to do a bulk storage facility to facilitate exports and imports of raw material. Instead of using containers, they would use the appropriate machinery so that ships could pull alongside and receive and deliver things on a roll-on, bulk storage facilities. Madam President, that has had a negative consequence on the productive sector of this country. It has retarded investments to expand exports. It has caused persons who are using that port to move to other facilities at cost. It cannot be disputed. It is not open for debate. The absolute necessity for a bulk storage, a bulk facility at Port of Belize. And yet management, Madam President, could not get to the point where they would make the necessary investment. I think members of the public will recall all too well that business had to be shut down in order to do repairs to the pier, interrupting the flow of goods into and out of Belize, putting people to additional costs. But why? The pier at Port of Belize, Madam President, was declared open in July 1980. More than 42 years ago. Its shelf life expire. We in the government have always said that having a single pier that old and in that condition constitute a clear and present risk, both an economic and a security risk to this country. Because of its state of disrepair, if by accident a ship, some vessel, were to hit it hard enough and a part of it were to be seriously damaged, Madam President, the dislocation and the interference with trade in this country would be significant. It is our settled view that adequate investments to repair, to refurbish, and to restore that pier should have been made a long time ago, and we cannot wait any longer. Madam President, the fact of the matter is that the current license still has 8 years. Eight years. And the government and the people, the investors, cannot wait for 8 years for that license to expire. And so there has been, and there is no secret about it, fundamental differences between the management of Port of Belize Limited and the government of Prime Minister Briceño. our efforts to encourage investment, our efforts to encourage improvement, our efforts to encourage expansion have not been met, have not been satisfied. No. Arguments have been put to us that in order to do that, the size of the investment required would require a new 20-year license or 15 years, a new license. It would require increase in the rates for the use of the port. The argument has been that for the dredging that is required to be done for the improvements on the cargo side, it is only economically and financially feasible if Port of Belize and related companies were given authority and approval to build a cruise facility. On advice, Madam President, the government of Belize is satisfied that the investments that are required to restore and refurbish the infrastructure at the port does not require the grant of approval for a cruise facility. And we believe, Madam President, that what is necessary in the public interest can be done with prudent and professional management. And so, Madam President, in the context of poor labor relations, litigation, strong disagreements between government and management as to what needs to be done, the risks to the economy, the risks to Belizeans, we as a cabinet, we huddled, Madam President. We took advice and we resisted. And Madam President, we decided after mature consideration and deliberation, and based on the advice provided to us, that we needed to act decisively in the public interest. We decided, Madam President, that the time had come to put Belize first. We decided, Madam President, that it's time to restore this essential public asset to public ownership in the hands of the Belizean people. We decided, Madam President, to elevate the public interest over narrow private interest. And so we are here today, Madam President, to seek the approval of the Senate to acquire the port at Port of Belize Limited for the people of Belize. But, Madam President, not only were we dealing with those difficulties and challenges, other threats also were about. 2 arbitral awards, as the Prime Minister said, hung over our heads like the sword of Damocles. And Madam President, we have to record that these 2 arbitral awards, the United Democratic Party did not defend. Not only did they not defend it, but when the awards were made against them, going back 2009 and 2012, I believe, they refused to pay. Together, Madam President, the awards were originally $83.1 million. Interest, legal fees, bring it to today to $204.8 million. From 83 to 204 million. That is the exposure through negligence of the previous administration. And now, what is the problem? Madam President, the Caribbean Court of Justice has said that one of those awards is not enforceable in Belize, and there's been no attempt to enforce the second award in Belize. But the United States federal courts, including the Supreme Court, have said that those awards are enforceable in the United States against assets and funds of Belize. And Madam President, including the previous government, previous administration, this administration has had to pay millions in dollars to attorneys and other advisors as to how to defend Belize's funds and assets against any seizure. Now, we were well advised that insofar as central bank and government of Belize flows, it is unlikely that the holders of those awards would succeed. But, Madam President, the situation changed with the Blue Bond. There is a risk, Madam President, and I'm not going to get into the legal advice. I will simply say that there is a risk that the Blue Bond payments could be seized. Whether they will succeed is not for discussion today. What I will say is that the analysis that we had to undertake is what happens if those payments are seized. It then means that Belize as a country would be unable to pay the bondholders. We would have defaulted on the payments that we have to make under the Blue Bond. A Blue Bond who, as you know, is designed, among other things, to address the environment and biodiversity of Belize in a positive way. And again, Madam President, after much deliberation, after much consideration, the government decided that it must act in the public interest. We were threatened. We were threatened that the holders of those awards were going to sell them to vulture funds. Vulture funds are funds that exist to buy debt that is not being paid. And they buy it at pennies on the dollar, and then they go after countries, they go after debtors, seeking to recover the debt at more than what they paid for it. I'm sure Senator Herrera is familiar. He reads a lot about international business, about Burford Capital, who went after Argentina, paid $17 million in legal fees, and ended up getting a judgment for $7 billion to collect from Argentina. And so we were faced with a possibility that the awards would be sold to these vultures who would then come after Belize's flows and assets in the United States. We decided, Madam President, that the risk of Belize having to default on the Blue Bond was not an acceptable risk, and the millions that we would have to pay to defend the public interest and to ensure that if there was a seizure, those funds would be released was a price too high to pay. And so, Madam President, Cabinet decided that on the advice of our legal and financial advisors, that if you can get a steep and significant discount, it is worth paying that to remove the risk instead of spending that on lawyers for years and years and years to come. Madam President, we stand here today to say to this Honorable Senate that we believe that the agreements that have been put before the Senate both on the acquisition of the port and with respect to the awards, is in the public interest. They are the best deals that we were able to negotiate, and we believe that they ought to be approved by this Honorable Senate. Madam President, let me go in a little bit more to the details. With respect to the port alone, the asking price was US $165 million. $165 million. And that was to relate to approximately 40 acres of land at Port Loyola. The assets, the chattels, 40 acres of land, $165 million US. The negotiating team refused. But what is worse, the demand was payment in cash up front. The negotiating team refused. Ultimately, it was agreed that the purchase would be for $83.37 million, 51 cents on the dollar from the original demand. But in addition to the 40 acres was an additional 560 acres for a total of 600 acres that was held by Port of Belize and related countries in the vicinity of the port. That, Madam President, was a strategic decision deliberately made to provide the opportunity for Port of Belize, as the new owner of this asset, to do the bulk expansion that is required, and, Madam President, to make available industrial lots, commercial lots for people who want to do their operations there for export, and, Madam President, to do residential lots for people of Belize City. Let me make it clear. The acquisition of Port of Belize Limited is in the public interest for the Belizean public. That means, plain and simple, for the Belizean people, public ownership. All this nonsense about flip to this one and flip to that one and deal don't make is undiluted fecal matter. Madam President, the decision of the Briceño administration to acquire this port is for public ownership. We believe, Madam President, that the deal that was structured in saying 83 million US dollars, we would pay 38 million in cash and the remaining 45 million in treasury notes over 5 years. Belize dollar denominated treasury notes. And so there is no upfront, no 165 million, and no cash, all in US dollars. Similarly, on the awards, Madam President, the government has negotiated a steep discount of 9 cents. The original demand was US 102.4 million. We ended up agreeing to pay 15.3. Let me repeat that, from 102 to 15 million US dollars. Madam President, the Cabinet took a decision. Listen, let's have a clean slate. Get back the port, get rid of these awards, but all this litigation, all this fuss and fight has to come to an end. And therefore, the negotiating team, Madam President, was able to successfully achieve the following. there was a United Kingdom Belize treaty claim, a claim that was seeking 10 million Belize dollars plus unspecified damages by Waterloo against the government. That will be withdrawn. The Port of Belize will immediately withdraw the injunction on the stevedores' money. If we approve it today, the stevedores will get their money. The case that was brought by Port of Belize to get members of the CWU to pay damages for what they describe as an illegal strike and interference of business will be withdrawn. That risk, the CWU will no longer be faced with. Waterloo sued the Minister of Sustainable Development and others because they did not get the approval from NEAC. A lot of allegations were made. They have now agreed, Madam President, that they will withdraw that case. And finally, because we have secured the 600 acres, they have said we will no longer continue to try to do a cruise port in the Belize district. And so the objective that we have achieved is the reacquisition of the port, the settlement of the awards, and ending all litigation related to these transactions, related to these disputes, these disagreements. And Madam President, I want to emphasize a decision taken by Cabinet. The financials that were provided to the negotiating team shows that the port has been operationally profitable for at least the last 5 years, anywhere from $10 million to $13 million on an annual basis, prior to some extraordinary debts that they supposedly owe. It is a settled view of the government that the port must be operated, even though it will be under public control, in such a way to ensure that these profits continue. Because, Madam President, we intend in the next budget to have a line item in the budget to show the revenue that is earned from the Port of Belize operation every year, so that people can see that it is being run professionally, effectively, efficiently, and in the public interest. And it is our view, Madam President, that if we can achieve that, and we are confident that we can finance the acquisition using the very profits from the ports. On top of that, Madam President, through more improved management and through the reform of the rates, we believe that we will be able to finance the bulk facility that is required at the Port of Belize. We had one further request from the Cabinet to the negotiating team, Madam President, and that is the owners of the Radisson had applied for fiscal incentives. And whilst government was not opposed in principle to that fiscal incentive, the government was of the view that the atmosphere in Belize, the disputes and differences, it was not the appropriate time. And so without taking a decision, we held back on that and said, we don't need to address that at this time. The owners of the Radisson decided to scale back their investment and were promising to build a first-class conference facility, and they said they would not do it. Well, in these negotiations, the negotiating team said, if you put back the conference center, if you do the expansion and refurbishment as you originally planned, Cabinet will look favorably of approving the fiscal incentives. And they have now agreed that they will do the refurbishment, the retrofitting, and the expansion of the Radisson as originally planned, and so we will get a modern conference center for Belize so that we can advance conference tourism in Belize. And so, Madam President, in closing, we on this side say that the Senate has a unique opportunity today. We have an opportunity to act in the public interest. We have an opportunity to act for the Belizean people. We have a historic opportunity, Madam President, to ensure that we can have development. We can have development without litigation. We can have harmonious labor relations, and we can have a port that is working for the Belizean people. We have an opportunity, Madam President, to absolutely, finally remove these awards that remain a clear and present danger. And so I say to my colleagues, we can vote today to return ownership of the port to the Belizean people, and that means what it implies, Madam President, public ownership, plain and simple. We can vote for the opportunity to modernize the port, to finally build the bulk facility that is long overdue, and thereby advance the economic and trade ambitions of our productive sector. We can vote for a new dawn in labor relations at Port of Belize, Madam President. The restoration of a culture in which the rights of stevedores and workers is respected, and where we can have efficiency in the management and operation of that port. That, Madam President, is job one on day one, restoring proper harmonious labor relations at Port of Belize. That is going to be the first job. Madam President, we believe that we have an opportunity today to finally get to the stevedores the 1.5 million that was due to them that has been injuncted by an order of the court. Finally, Madam President, we have an opportunity to vote today to remove the risk of any vulture coming after Belizean assets and funds outside of Belize, specifically in the United States of America. And we have an opportunity, Madam President, to bring to an end the payment of millions upon millions of dollars to attorneys, to other financial advisors, to defend and represent the interests of Belize. Madam President, we can vote to finally get a modern first-class conference facility in Belize. It is with pride, Madam President, that the Briceño administration presents this bill to this Honorable Senate, and we commend it to the Honorable Senators, and we seek your support for this major milestone in the Belizean history. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Good afternoon, Madam President. First of all, we would like to welcome the new Senators, Brother Luke, and especially Dr. Elma Kay, which hails from the beautiful village of Progreso in Corozal District. Ms. Kay, proud of you, proud of you. So anyways, Madam President, today we call this a bittersweet moment for Belize. I personally, you don't have to vote, I agree with the purchase of the port. That is national. And one of the reasons I agree is because I am from a logistic company. I live in that port, that's my backyard. But what is better about it is the amount that we are giving up. $200 million For the port, I am there. I'll see the list of assets that you guys provided. Jesus Christ. No,
Be mindful of your language, Senator.
Sorry about that. I get passionate about the port, you know, Madam President. Sorry about that. Take that back. But yeah, I mean, when you go to the port, I am there every day. The loaders, I mean, how much money more will we put into this port, apart from what we are putting in already? Talking about the stevedores, they risk their lives every day. But look, you have to fight for that bill. Exactly, my brother. Because safety is not a priority there. You go to the far cliffs, well, there you mean everything is just haphazard. The port itself, the building, the shed, it's collapsing, the shelves. You talk about the road inside the port, not talking about the outside yet, you know, talking about the inside. And I can see what us want. We want that to be nationalized, but man, that Madam President, 200 million when we bought this port for what? $38 million. I think that port was panned for 38 and went into receivership. But then it makes me wonder, how come we end up with 83? I think just flip it, right? Just turn it around and it turned 83. I don't know. I mean, I am curious of how you guys reach to that figure, because how you reach from 38 to 83, it makes sense if you just turn it around. I heard the Prime Minister said the Honorable Koi doesn't sleep. But I think you sleep on this one. You sleep on the wheel, Senator. I truly believe you sleep on this one. And I will say one thing, right, Madam President, Jesus, take the wheel here. Because that's the only thing that can save us at this point. We're in. Then we talk about the settlements. One of the settlements not even made it to court. Now we're paying $12 million. The one with NIAC, that not even made it to court. Then the next settlement that was ruled by the CCJ, that it was illegal, it was deemed illegal, that we pay $1 for this settlement. Then Waterloo took this out of Belize, right? And then a U.S. sorry, a U.S. excuse me, a U.S. court then ruled that we must pay that. But as rightfully Senator Courtney said, that is sovereign. Our money has immunity. So they cannot touch that. But then he mentioned something about the vulture, the vulture investors or something like that. The vulture don't go with full investment. It don't go. 200 million. Who takes a car worth $500 and sells it for $50,000? Remember that old saying, I want to be like Mike? That's exactly so. The port was sold under the PUP, and we buy it back for more than 6-7 times for what it's worth. 6-7 times for what it's worth. Because we're not only paying 83 million, you have to factor in the other settlements, because that becomes a part of the purchase price, Madam President. Then we go to the Fort George affair. We know in this industry that once you have a hotel, you can apply for duties exemptions. That's normal. That's nothing out of this world. That is a given for hoteliers, the tourism industry, developers and stuff. But what is not usual is giving up our GST. This company already took 200 million and then we are giving up our GST. What about the small businesses that struggling today to meet that 12.5%? That's the real killer. And yet we're giving that up to a big company that's already taking $200 million. We'll not refer to the 83 because all of this bulks together and we form the close to $200 million. And then another thing while we're here, definitely, Senator, we're happy that we're acquiring the port because it truly belongs to the Belizean people. And like I said, the repairs, you yourself said it, that pierhead is what, 45 years? You know how much money it will take to build a new one? And one more thing, let's not forget that we had already paid $40 million to dredge that port. We had already paid $40 million that you did not make mention of to dredge that port. Because supposedly, that time cruise tourism was not in effect, but ships, big ships could come in because they have small ships that only call Belize, and sometimes they have to call it 2-3 times because it's too big to navigate our waters. So therefore, Madam President, we say here that we are happy that the Port of Belize is coming back to the rightful owners. And I would be even more pleased to have heard that there will be a clause that this port could never go back into the hands of another foreign entity or another foreign company that's not the Belizean people. I would love to see that, because the port is ours. You know, last year, Senator said it, we were part of that hurt when they closed the port for 2 weeks and we had to go to Big Creek. How much money we lost? Because it all passes to the consumer at the end of the day. But it was for 2 weeks, so we, the logistic companies, absorbed most of that loss because we had to truck everything to Big Creek, which is a better port, as he mentioned. The sugar is no longer, the stevedores had to be cut because the line of job and the opportunities was cut because of the management of this port. And I agree, I come to management, and I truly hope that we put this management into our Belizean hands. I hope we don't get any foreign entity, like the airport, to run the port of Belize. That would be another plea that I would make. And like I said, I would not vote against the nationalization of the port. What we are saying is the exorbitant price that we are paying for the port. I don't believe it's worth it. But you made a little bit of sense at the end, right? When you said about real estate. Because I mentioned that to the senator while coming to the house. I said, look at what is going there. The little port is small compared to all that beautiful sea front that is there. That is where the value lies for me. But I implore and I beg that you guys will put extra effort into the port of Belize. That's our major port. When you drive, we drive every day to the port. Man, I have a big truck, thank God. I said, land there, and that is where all the money comes into this country. That's where every money comes into this country, through the port of Belize. I don't care that the Big Creek port is the best port, but everything comes here because here's the center of business. This is the hub for the country. And now, you know, when we start to spend the money on the pier, we're going to do another pier head. You're talking about millions of dollars. So there we increase, again on the purchase price for the port. So, Madam President, I don't have to vote. I support the acquisition of the port, that it will go back to where it belongs, into the able hands of the Belizean public, the Belizean hardworking people. And the stevedores, they will be taken care of. You know, we could have done this a long time, Senator. We could have done this a long time. We didn't have to wait today for the vulture, the vulture funds, you know, it's gone. But anyways, thank you very much, and that's my contribution for the Port of Belize. Thank you, guys.
I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Madam President, we support the acquisition of the port for the people of Belize, Madam President. We have been advocating for this for a long time, and so we could take this off as an achievement. More than that. More than that. Yeah, you could be as ridiculous as you want, because you're being ridiculous. Madam President, I'm being interrupted.
Speak to the chair.
So, yeah, please. Yeah, so, Madam President, the leader of government business agree that there is no moving forward without human capital. Right, leader of government business? We can't go around that. We agree on that. The acquisition of this port and the paying out that we are doing for some issues that have not gone yet to the court, have not seen the daylight of courts, is concerning. We've heard stories about trying to get whatever stress you have, some name an animal on off your back. Some saying that they have their hands in the mouth of an alligator. Some say that you're negotiating under barrels. First thing, Madam President, what you don't do is you don't put your hands in the mouths of alligators. We all know that very well, because you'll end up without that hand for sure. And you could lose your life too. The importance of ensuring that we will have good industrial relations at the Port of Belize is our signature in existence, Madam President. We could go back to the Commerce Bight Port. When the Commerce Bight Port was undermined to develop a port in Belize, we had workers who lost everything. I remember I made a visit to the United States, and there were some issues that were happening with the Port of Belize, and I met a gentleman, and he said, with tears in his eyes, he was working at the, he gave me a story. He was working at the Commerce Bight Port. And that man had to leave everything behind because he lost everything, including his family, in search of trying to find a new way of life. Madam President, those things happen when we have leaders who engage with vultures. When we have leaders who put their hands in the mouths of alligator, Madam President. It happens. It happened again in 2001, correct me if I have the date wrong, when the Port of Belize was sold. Somebody could help me the date if I have it wrong. When the Port of Belize was privatized and sold, the workers at the Port of Belize again suffered loss of jobs, loss of income. When we receive a presentation from our comrades at the CWU, Madam President, the loss was not $1.5 million. Even though this administration agreed via a memorandum of understanding, culpa mea culpa, I'm going to give you back 1.5, is a slap in the face to the workers who have lost millions of dollars, Madam President. Millions, no 1.5 million. But to make matters worse, because of the poor industrial relations that exist in this country, and a Minister of Labor who fails, continues to fail, to ensure that we utilize the Labor Act properly and we administer the legal framework that falls under his ministry properly. Because we continue to fail, Madam President, the industrial relations at the port continues to be bitter. Workers continue to suffer. After the government had said, culpa mea culpa, here is 1.5, take this and shut on them out. The managers of Port of Belize said, no way, we lost money because of industrial relations, because of industrial actions. And they forced an injunction to stop the payment. And the ministry, who was responsible to ensure that the work relations would have been good and ensure that the workers abide by the rules and to ensure that the management of Port of Belize abide by the rules, sat quietly in a corner. Madam President, the industrial relations at the Port of Belize has been bitter for the workers at the Port of Belize. The undermining went further, where the capitalists joined forces to remove sugar from the Port of Belize. The workers at the Port of Belize lost income. But not only the workers from the Port of Belize lost income, Madam President, the workers in Orange Walk, about 60 of them lost their jobs. Lost their jobs because there isn't the level of interest in human capital that we preach about, Madam President. It's a reality that we must take seriously as we move forward and we advance with ownership of the Port of Belize, Madam President. I'll continue, Madam President, on the industrial relation bitterness that continues to affect the workers in that industry. About 35 workers were illegally terminated, and that case went to the Essential Service Tribunal. The feedback coming out of that, I think it's still pending, and we are imploring upon the new management, but we're also imploring upon the Minister of Labor to ensure that the ESAT does its job. I'll continue, Madam President, with the ESAT and the concerns of the stevedores. The ESAT had ruled, and based on the regulations state that the ruling of the ESAT is final. Again, the ministry and the minister responsible for that ministry remained quiet. As a matter of fact, when the minister finally broke his silence, he said that we'll have to go to the high courts to get that problem resolved. Madam President, the ESAT was reconvened so that they could have decided on a way forward. The chair and his committee had already made a decision before this agreement came to us. But for some reason, he held back his judgment. Last week, the stevedores received that judgment to say that he's throwing out the case. He has struck out that case. Which means now then that even though there was a ruling in favor of the stevedores, there is no remedy for that ruling. Senator Courtney, when you respond to us, I'm sure that you'll be able to help us with some guidance there. Because at the end of the day, what will happen? Will government take government to court to get that concern addressed? How are we going to enforce a ruling that should have been final? So, I could give a million reasons why it is important for us to ensure that the work relations, the labor relations at the Port of Belize is strengthened. But I want to add one more thing here. To stifle the workers' right to strike and to stifle the workers' representatives' constitutional right, Madam President, to unionize has and to take industrial actions, Madam President, was further taken away when the government agreed to categorize the workers at the Port of Belize as essential service. So you see that picture. Mr. Leader of Government Business, you see how important it is to ensure that we right all of those wrongs. It is important. The port in Belize City, Madam President, I think I heard the Deputy Prime Minister last week, how he explained that that port has been built on the backs of workers in Belize City. Poor people, Madam President. And he went on to explain the culture where father looks after his son, uncle look after his nephew, and these people in Belize City continue to work that port regardless of the hardship that has been put upon them. Some of us in here would say, but look, the stevedores have to be realistic. I want us to reflect heavily and put ourselves in that position and really say to yourself, if you really agree that the stevedores have to be realistic, when every day workers in that sector are being ostracized, Madam President, we're going to pay the Ashcroft Alliance his money. He'll collect some of those monies, Madam President, in interest. The workers, $1.5 million, and more than that was held due to an injunction. So what? Leader of Government Business, we will give them back the money with interest, just as how we pay the vulture. Madam President, I've spoken about the labor relations, but we can't only speak about the labor relations without we speak about the very important fact that everyday workers who goes to the port of Belize, the minute they step on that grounds, they are exposed to some serious threats to their health and safety, occupational safety and health. Leader of government business must be a priority. It must be a priority. I remember, and so allow me, Madam President, to give a quick reflection of when one of those containers fell on a worker. You could imagine that? You could imagine workers swinging on these cranes. And the rain, Madam President, no helmet, no straps, no protection. It's just them and the elements. Because there is no safety legislation in this country, Madam President. Madam President, the safety of the residents in that area is equally as important. So we have to look after the health and safety of the workers. We have to look after the health and the safety of the managers who will be there. We have to look after the safety and health of those who live nearby to ensure that the ownership of our port is safeguarded in all aspects. Madam President, I want us to touch on the board, the interim board of directors for the port. And Leader of Government Business, I think you'll be disappointed in some of your colleagues in how we did this. Hence my encouragement this morning for us to take social dialogue very seriously and the level of consultations that are important and necessary so that we could move forward amicably. All of us understand how our roles and how we will move forward. So you have this agreement going on, government doing its due diligence to ensure that there will be a smooth and transparent transition, and you're putting a board together. We know that the standard practice with these government boards is that it requires social partners representation. So you'll have representatives from the chamber, you'd have representatives in this case from the National Trade, the workers' representatives, so maybe CWU through the National Trade Union Congress of Belize. As the case may be, Madam President. Madam President, I saw a press release while we were deliberating over some of the bills just before we reached this one. There is a board, and the government is naming a representative, how they name it, former president of the BNTU. I think this, she's supposed to represent Labour. That no work, so, right? That no work, so. I will help you with how it works in case you don't know, right? You should know by now, though. And it no matter, my brother.
Senator, I ask that you speak to the chair.
The government has a responsibility to reach out to the social partners as they normally do, request for us to submit a person, nominate a person, and we would respond as we normally do, as a part of our social dialogue commitment. So we want to ensure that from the onset when we're stepping, that we're stepping properly, especially as it relates to the industrial relations Madam President, you know, put a board together and say, this person will represent, you know. And I'm going to give you an example. I always try to give an example. I'll take
We
you.
keep it.
Yes, Madam President, this has to do with the bill in front of us. I'm sure that it has to do with it. It has to do. Madam President, when the National Bank was put in place, I recall the former Prime Minister went to the media and he said, the unions will have a seat there, and guess what the former Prime Minister did? He named somebody for you without consult the unions. So when the unions reach out to this person to give a mandate, person turn around and say, hey, Prime Minister, nominate me. Right? So we want to ensure that we are consulted and that the Prime Minister reach out to us and request a nomination, and we will happily submit the person who would represent the National Trade Union, who would represent the unions. As a matter of fact, I'll go farther. The person who wait, I could use the name, Sister Elena, name is in the press release. She informed me this morning that she wasn't even consulted, so she doesn't know anything about that. You could imagine the ridiculousness that we're stepping into from the onset, and we say that we are going to ensure that we address the human resources issues and the labor and industrial relations issues. Madam President, before I wrap up, I want to, with your permission, express a few concerns from our comrades from the CWU. I'll refer to my notes very briefly, Madam President. Thank you very much. By the way, thanks for allowing me to display my solidarity with our comrades at CWU in today's proceedings.
Let's go to the bill. Let's go to the bill,
honorable
Senator.
for us, Madam President. Thank you very much. Yes. So these are just some concerns that they would have, and the first one is the withdrawal of both court cases and the claims against CWU and its members, Claim 79 of 2022 and Claim 101 of 2022. Second one is the lifting of the injunction preventing the full distribution of ex gratia payment made to stevedores who were prejudiced by the 2002 privatization of the port based on this March 6, 2020 agreement executed by GOB, PBL, and CWU. Third is completion of the ongoing labor complaints tribunal affecting 35 workers. I've mentioned that, so that is still pending. Recognizing the upholding and decisions of the ESAT. So, Madam President, we could go on and on with how we could strengthen the industrial relations at the Port of Belize, and we support the nationalization of the port. We want to encourage that we have something in place that would be legally binding so that we don't sell the port 2 or 3 years from now. I don't know if that's possible, but that's a request. We want to, from now, encourage that we don't facilitate investments that would undermine the national port. I've shared with what happened to us with the Commerce Bight port. So those are very important. Madam President, in closing, The exemptions and fiscal incentives continues to be a concern of the National Trade Union Congress, especially as it relates to GST. We know that taxes and so on are used to run the services, the public service, which includes payment, as the case may be. I think we were reminded recently by one of our international partners that we give too many tax incentives. And so we want to be committed to that, and we want to ensure that we collect our taxes, right? This is a big business, and they are huge big business owners. And so they must pay their taxes. They must pay their taxes every month, Madam President. When me and you get paid, government don't have to worry. They remit those taxes immediately through the pay-as-you-earn system. Every single worker, we pay our taxes. On the bottom, these investors, they must pay their taxes. It comes with the territory of doing business. And so if you want to do business, prepare to pay your tax. Thanks very much.
I recognize Senator Dr. Elmakim.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I was going to open speaking about our appreciation for the government's efforts to release us of these arbitral awards and litigation that really feel like have always felt like a noose around our neck, like we're about to drown in more and more debt. But I must say that I must mention that what Senator Luke just mentioned is very disappointing to hear of this press release that just went out, basically including, someone from the social partners as a member of the board without consultation. It does feel often that we, as the social partners, are being treated as, when it's convenient, we consult, and when it's not convenient, we don't consult. And I think we really need to learn from those lessons, because we are here and we want to support good things that the government is prepared to do. The social partners add that balance and bring that objectivity to try and make sure that, we support the good things and that we call out when things are not being done well. So this example, like I say, is very disappointing precisely because our comments on this particular bill relate to the way forward. And what I wanted to bring up is there will be new management. Our questions are, how is that new management going to be selected? What are going to be the processes? Where is going to be the transparency in those processes? The other thing is, will the Belizean people actually be afforded an opportunity to invest in what, from what I'm hearing from everyone, is a very profitable business asset? So, will we as Belizeans have very little opportunities to invest in anything? And when I say we Belizeans, I mean the people especially that out there don't have options. There will always be the big businesses and the other people that will have those opportunities. But what about the guys that are, have small savings or in credit unions? So if we're going to talk about really making this an asset of the people, then I think we need to follow through with steps to ensure that that gets done. So I think a lot of our questions and concerns and requests from the government is that we take, as we proceed, we do so in a manner that is becoming and transparent, and that, as Senator Martinez says, really respects the social partnership that has been created for a reason. When this bill came to light, I think for most of the people of Belize, this felt like, it just dropped from the sky. And, we understand that there are sensitive issues, relating to negotiations, that there's, as Senator Courtney said, the government has to act decisively. So we understand these issues. But again, why wait to the consultation to the very last minute to at least give somebody a heads up that this is what is taking place? And so I think moving forward, I just want to close that saying that, when we had asked about the rush of this, we were given an explanation. We can accept that explanation, but now I feel that we have more time, or I felt we had more time until this announcement just came out and a board is being appointed without consultation, at least from the social partners. I felt like there should be a national discussion to ensure that this newly acquired asset really becomes and truly becomes the people's port. So that is really our request, Madam President, of the government.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what can I say? I think we've come full circle around on this one. The port was the property of the people of Belize some time back, and today we're sharing the reacquisition of the port. But it brings up the important issue, Madam President, is that when you're looking at public policy and huge public initiatives, there should be proper consultations, and people should be involved at many different levels. If we look at, and I'm certainly a supporter of what is taking place right now in terms of getting back the port, especially on the terms that I'm seeing on the various deed documents. But if we look at what we potentially lost over the years, just since receivership at 2012, if you assume that we could have done 10 million US profits per year, we're looking at $100 million that could potentially have been used to develop the port further. We wouldn't have been putting this outlay of $166 million to reacquire the port. But given the situation we've been in, given the various litigations that we're facing and judgment that we have in front of us, I think that it was an important step in terms of reacquiring it, Madam President. So like I said, I support that part of it, but I felt it also necessary to point out that we've come full circle on this one. If we look at what we're paying, Madam President, and I won't go into any of the other financial details except for this point, because this point has not been made. If we're paying $66.7 million for the port, and my understanding from the questions that we've asked over the past couple of days, the port is doing about $13 to $14 million net income per year. If we look at the cost of money at 3.5%, which I see is being used as one of the coupon rates, the lowest coupon rates in the deed documents, then you're looking at about $6 million interest or cost of money per year, which leaves about $8 million. And so $8 million, if that goes into into principal repayment, this would take about 20 years to recover that investment, based on assumed earnings of around $14 million per year. Again, no criticism there, but I thought I'd raise the point. Madam President, it's extremely important for us from the private sector about the management of the port. I think Senator Martinez raised an awesome point just now in terms of representation on the board. It's one thing to say that private sector has representation, it's one thing to say that the unions have representation, but it's another thing to say who exactly is representing the private sector on the board. I just checked with the CEO at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry a little while ago, and she said that they weren't consulted, but again, we're seeing a press release, you know, with members on the board, and I'm just saying that it's important that we take this seriously. I mean, if you want to incorporate the various sectors and get their views, then there are official channels to do that. The NTUCB, I think, is an umbrella organization for unions. There are two private sector organizations, the Belize Business Bureau and the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I think that some effort should be made to incorporate those bodies in this type of discussion. Now, why is the management so important, Madam President? Because we want to make sure that the port is as efficient as possible. If that is not the case, then there are implications for that. Cost of goods can go up as a result of that. Businesses can become less competitive, but also consumers may pay a higher price than they need to. Already, the port that we have is not the most efficient in the region. In fact, I don't think it ranks very well with respect to other countries in the region. And so I think it's important, Madam President, that we make every effort in consultation with various groups, the unions, private sector, and all the other groups who may have an interest in the port, so that we get the best possible product in terms of the management and the efficiencies that can be gained in the port. I also want to touch, Madam President, on the fiscal incentives part of it, and I know that it's not directly related to the port, but it was part of the deal in terms of, I think sometimes when we have a big initiative from the private sector, it's a big help sometimes to get a little push in terms of financial fiscal incentives to get started. Because I think we all know, for those of us who have been in the process of starting something from the ground up, for the first 4 or 5 years, Madam President, it's really an outflow of cash, and it takes a while to balance up expenditures with revenues. And so the program that government has, the fiscal incentives under the Fiscal Incentives Act, is extremely important for investors and those who are starting up businesses to get that relief up early, so that they can withstand the periods where your outflows is more than your inflows. And so I think that's the whole purpose of it. And so I'm not at all quarreling at that part of it, but I just wanted to point out that in many cases, when you're doing a big project, or when you're starting out starting a business from the ground up, the fiscal incentives are extremely important for it. And I think that for decades now, this has been an extremely important piece of legislation that has helped many, many businesses to be established along the way. And for the most part of it, I think that it is pretty well run, because there are mechanisms that you go through, whether that is Beltrade or the DPAC or other structures or institutions that are set up to do it. So, Madam President, briefly, or to sum up, I support what is in front of us. I would just want to appeal to the current administration that we try to make this a good news all around, and a good news into the future as well, not only for today. And the way we do that is that we do things properly, and that we bring in the various interested groups and that we respectfully engage them. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam
I
President.
recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm hearing all colleagues in here saying that they agree in principle to the renationalization of the port. I too join United Democratic Party and colleagues in the House on Thursday and Senator Herrera to say that I believe it is a good thing for us to renationalize the port. It is the people's port. We could have done without all the drama saying it is for the Belizean people. It must be operated and be for the benefit of the Belizean people. But yet we then muddy the water. We begin to bundle things that didn't go to court, fiscal incentives, unenforceable judgments. We bundle everything and begin to muddy the water. I just want to get a clarification. I heard Senator Luke, and forgive me, Senator Kay, Senator Luke, welcome on board today, said that the stevedores, they will be returning 1.5 million, but I'm pretty certain that the release said 400,000. So just a clarification on that. And again, we start off on the wrong foot in terms of the appointment of the board. Senator Luke and Senator Kay spoke to it. Persons were not consulted. We have a board being set up. And we look at the players, the former Attorney General's husband, the lawyer from some law firms associated with certain senators here. We have, who else we have there on the board? We have other people on that board. Somebody from business, no consultation from the business sector. And so we want to start on the right foot. If we are agreeing to renationalization, the bill, in my view, Madam President, is compensating Mr. Ashcroft for giving up all his claims relating to cruise tourism so we can pave a smooth road for Portico with less competition. Renationalization really and truly ought to be for the people of Belize. So we do not agree with any shady move in terms of a management company. Let's do it right. Let's get the board right, and let's start on the right foot. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevington Carl.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, since the start of the maritime trade, ports has played a central role in the economic and social development of every single country in the world. More than 80% of the global merchandise trade is transported via the sea, Madam President. I say this, Madam President, to highlight the importance of ports for our country. Madam President, we are proud as a government to be ending the year 2023 with such an achievement, Madam President. This year, well, early this year, we also are proud of the blue bonds, renegotiating the bonds that we had and turning now to the blue bonds, Madam President. Again, taking back our Bolido. So that is 3 milestones that we have achieved during the year 2023. I think 2023 is a really good year for the Belizean people. And now we're here to nationalize and bring back the port to where it belongs, in the hands of the Belizean people, Madam President. Earlier, I heard my colleague on the other side, Senator Herrera, was saying that we're paying a lot for the port, Madam President. But if we do the calculation, 600,000 acres of land, Madam President, that is prime land. 600 acres of land. My apologies, Madam President. 600 acres of land. And the value of land that we have, if you value this land, Madam President, I think per acre you can get between 200 to 200,000 per acre, Madam President. And so you multiply that times the 600, the value is really high. Madam President, the port is also making a profit of around 13 million per year. So if we do the maths, I think we should take around 13 years to pay back for all of this money that we are allocating to purchase the port, Madam President. Compare that to the deal, the secret deal, the Miami deal that the UDP has done. And I was shocked to know that Senator Antonio Herrera, that is, to have a voice today, because he was also, it was his government, UDP government, who did this deal with the BTL, Madam President. So a company that is worth just around 100 million, we ended up paying around $610 million for that company. So if you do the math, Senator, let us know which deal is better. Madam President, a lot of that deal with BTLs also had to do with litigation, Madam President. We're here settling this port without that, Madam President. Again, we want to thank the government of Belize, the Prime Minister of Belize, and with his visionary leadership, Madam President, to bring back the port to the Belizean people, for the Belizean people. Again, an interim board has been appointed. All Belizeans, this is what we mean when we say Belizean owned, Madam President. Again, it seems that some of our colleagues do not understand the word interim, Madam President. We're doing a transition phase right now. There are deadlines that we have to meet. So appointing an interim board is important, Madam President, and the Prime Minister hinted this in his presentation on Thursday, that on the longer run there is going to be a permanent board that will be appointed, Madam President. So with that, Madam President, I fully support this bill.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I had actually taken a decision that there was no need for me to speak on this particular issue. But after the social partners raised the issue of the board, which actually perked my interest in this whole debate, it became a matter of concern for me, because if there was one thing I was going to perhaps advise the government on, if I have any such authority, would have been to ensure that as the board, members of the board are selected, that it be done in a way that especially would be able to, I do not want to use the word appease, because in truth and honesty, even if you make a decision, you will not appease everybody. And that is ultimately how it is. However, let me begin perhaps by indicating that it is of importance, after all the debate and all that I have heard so far, to indicate that anything that the government does insofar as making Belizeans proud, such as reacquiring this port, I certainly can support. And more so, at this time when perhaps the feeling is out there, especially for the common folk, about national pride. I think as we come into the season of Advent and as we prepare to celebrate Christmas, we should feel proud of ourselves that we are reacquiring the port. I would, however, attempt to say though, Madam President, as I said, and I hear what is being said, let us take note of the fact that we have to get this right, especially if the port will be profitable. And as was mentioned before, the board will be important. And I want to continue to emphasize that as my colleagues did. And so I also emphasize what I have seen, the text being sent to me, of an interim board. And while I have no objection to an interim board because it is a process that will have to unfold over a period of time, it is important that at least that be taken into consideration. Interim, and the understanding of interim. And as we move on, that kind of consultancy that labor has spoken to and that business have spoken to today in the Senate be taken into consideration. And I think that will further help the situation. I will not go back to who did what and who said what and etc. That is not what I think is my responsibility here. But as we move forward, let us be proud that we have this asset back in the hands of Belizeans. And as I said at this time, as we prepare to celebrate Christmas, I think it is a welcome gift for the Belizean people. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
As I went through the package that was provided to us regarding this particular issue at hand, I had to educate myself about the dynamics of the industry of the port. And as I read through a few research articles, I came across the book, Port Economics, Management and Policy by Theo Newton-Baum and et al. It was actually just published January of last year, of 2022, sorry. It highlighted quite a lot of what I have come to appreciate as an administrator, looking at what has already been considered by the government in terms of how Belizeans can benefit and how it should be governed. Actually, I would recommend the book to those who are now the interim Board of Management. Simply because we come as laypersons at times to these boards and we may not have the necessary knowledge, we may have experience, but within that arena of port industry, there are specific things that the authors spoke to which I could have appreciated. From a layman's point of view, definitely the economic changes that has happened over the years Belizeans will come to feel the impact and see the importance of why this decision was important for Belize. The book explained that on average, empirical data is indicating that every dollar that is moved in a port, it trickles out to having at least $3 to $5 additional once $1 is spent in a port. So that's already an indication of where the economic changes or the economic improvement can happen within the port, given the fact that statements have already been made of the profit that they are making. So overall, while we may hear of a $12 or a $13 million profit, Belizeans might say, but where do I fit in all of that? Once there is activity at the port, it trickles out into the larger community. And especially if, based on the projection that will happen, entrepreneurs will have greater access to better businesses being established around and probably near or on the port, I don't know, but for sure Belizeans will benefit from an economic standpoint. What I had come to appreciate too from the reading that I did is the technological advancements that have been made in ports. Specifically because of the automations that are happening, it's increasing efficiency, it's increasing effectiveness in terms of delivery for goods and services. And could you imagine if having now this decision to buy the port, if the government invests as what should have been happening, could you imagine how much more we will feel in terms of economic growth for our country? So economic growth is one thing, technological advancement that has improved the port industry overall, we will be able to see that once investment goes in. And in addition, what I appreciate is the organizational change that research is indicating port industries should activate. And they spoke specifically to horizontal and vertical integration, which would improve the overall performance of the ports and the whole port transport chain, which trickles down again to every household. A simple example is for those coconut vendors or those hair braiders or those persons that are into tourism. Once there is an automation in port services, your goods definitely reaches your hands faster than before, no? What I appreciate as well is the fact that ports generally, of course, we know, and it has been reiterated several times, that ports are promoters of commerce and the welfare of nations. And again, once the investment is targeted to improve all the different layers, especially the governance of the port, we as Belizeans will see more. In addition, what has been said in empirical data is when the port is assessed or the economic benefits are being assessed, it has to be from what they refer to as an aggregate level. What does that mean? It means then that when we as a nation is evaluating the performance of the port, which we have just, or we are in the process of acquiring, we will look at indicators such as value added, employment, taxation, revenue, returns on investment. And for the big businesses as well as the small businesses, we'll be able to appreciate the growth and the economic or the profit margin once the evaluation or the assessment is done in that manner. And of course, lastly, which has already been emphasized several times, ports are definitely a job generator. And not just for the stevedores, but for the simple food vendors that are established around the port. There could be so many other opportunities that can arise, again, once investment is placed there. So I stand as a Belizean very, very proud, knowing that not just the coconut vendors will be happy, not just the entrepreneurs population that it has grown very, very fast over the past 2 years as a result of COVID, but continues to grow, they will be even happier as well. And to be honest, I tell you, if the cattle could speak, they will speak to the value of having a port as well, because we know that every single good and services that helps the welfare of a nation comes through a port, well, mostly through the port. And so I stand to support the fact that this government has acquired something that I can call Belizean. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I also stand to celebrate what this government is trying to accomplish. It is a proven fact that 90% of the world trade takes place by maritime. And this is because, unlike the buses and the airplanes, the barge and the ships can take more items in terms of weight and mass. And this basically tells us that it's going to be the best means of transporting goods across the world. This venture, this venture taken by this government, I believe is a good one. Earlier, Senator Herrera explained, and he was talking about the conditions of the port, where he spoke about the infrastructure, he spoke about the roads, and we all know that at this point, the port is in disrepair. It has no major investment. The main infrastructures, they're deteriorating to the point of collapse. And there's a refusal to modernize its facilities. The government, on the other hand, sees this as national interest and is compelled to act and take control of this crucial infrastructure. This will allow a way to be paved for Belizean citizens and create economic growth. Our government believes that our people deserves the best. This change is going to allow expansion and open doors for economic growth, job creation, and it's also going to enhance trade capabilities. Madam President, I will be brief because our colleagues have made significant contributions based on this issue. However, though, I want to tell the Belizean public that this acquisition is not merely a business transaction. However, it is a strategic investment in the future of the Belize and its people. So I urge all my colleagues to vote yes and support this bill. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a few comments to make. I think colleagues have really expressed much of what I wanted to say on this side of the House. Senate. What I want to highlight is, first of all, the feeling that we get from this transaction in the process of being consummated. It's a feeling of liberation, of being freed from years, decades of being held back, held down. We are a small country, and over the many years we have depended a lot on few parties to support or to invest in this country. And we have had good experiences and bad experiences over those years. This experience here, the history of this experience, has not been a good one. Senator Courtney spoke about the process that brought us here. And as much as we have persevered, it has been a struggle for these many years. But I am so pleased, so proud to say that we have done ourselves well. Senator Herrera spoke about this deal. This deal we support, but we could have done better. But this is not a good deal. But I would, in similar terms with Senator Kal, like to highlight what's not a good deal. Paying $600 million for a company that's worth $100 million is not a good deal. $600 million for a company that for the decade under which, or almost a decade under which it was, since it was acquired, averaged around $13 million a year in profits. With that kind of profit, it will take over, you'll never pay off $600 million, even if you're at 0% interest, even if you're at 1% interest. At 3% interest, you can pay off maybe in 80 years a debt of that nature. That's not a good deal. That's a bad deal. This port deal, besides what I mentioned about the feeling of being liberated, this port deal is a good deal. We spoke, others have highlighted that this company makes a profit of roughly $13 million a year right now, without doing anything in even the dilapidated state that it is operating under. It makes a profit of roughly $13 million a year. With just maintaining that profit, this company will be able to pay off the purchase amount with interest at 3% in less than 20 years. And bear in mind that this purchase amount, this $167 million, includes $50 million worth of land. And that's not an operating part of the port. If we were to pull that out of this purchase recovery, the recovery period would be a lot less. So this is, without a doubt, a good deal for Belize, a good deal for the government, a good deal for the people of Belize. My colleagues on this side also highlighted the importance of the port. In every country, you can look at where cities have developed, the major cities have developed. Even look at New York. what we call agglomeration. It's the port that starts it, and then the city that builds from it. That's what happened in Belize City. Ports and energy are sectors that can be transformative for a country. I think under the Honorable Prime Minister Briceño, I'm thankful to be a part of this administration for the vision that it has in how we will transform this economy. In energy, we have taken the bull by the horn. We have secured an arrangement for 60 megawatts of solar energy to take us on the path to energy independence and energy security. Alongside that, we are in that process for securing battery energy storage to ensure that we have firm capacity along that path that we take. And as we continue along that path, a part of that vision is to see that Belize will no longer be an energy importer, but an energy exporter. And so it can be with this port. So we talk about $13 million a year. And we have the various comments about how we will, whether it's too expensive, one, what will we do, how it will be managed. But we have to have the vision of thinking bigger, having the big vision, not thinking incrementally, but being ascendant in our vision. Belize, we've talked about as being a bridge between Central America and the Caribbean. But that is a vision way too small for us. We are a hub in waiting for trade, a hub in waiting for energy. We have to make the moves. We have to take the action to make it, to bring it into fruition. This is a signal achievement, yes, in its own right, but it is one major step in us becoming that hub that we are destined to be. So as we look at this bill today, let us look at the same time for that grander vision of Belize, that vision of Belize for the future, where we are and will be the hub for Central America, for the Caribbean, for this entire region. So with this decision here today, I support this bill to the Senate. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Madam President, I just couldn't remain seated in relation to this particular bill. Got to rise to lend my 110% support. As a matter of fact, when it first came to my knowledge personally, it created a level of excitement in me, Senator Chris, that I haven't felt in a while. It was good to know that the port was in fact going to be back in the hands of the government and people of Belize. I'm going to highlight a couple questions that I heard that stayed in my mind. The first is in relation to the management of the port and the questions surrounding who would manage it and the questions surrounding the interim board, etc. Madam President, the Honorable John Briceño, our Prime Minister, has demonstrated time and time and time again that he looks for the very best. Even at times when certain elements within the party structure would say, but that one the UDP, or that one of this, or that one of that. Our Prime Minister sticks to looking for the very best. And if you look at the history of the People's United Party administration over the past 3 years, because incidentally today, the 11th day of December, Madam, was the day we were first sworn in, right here in this National Assembly 3 years ago. Yes, it sticks, right? But I look at all these various ministries, all the statutory boards established across BTL, BL, BWS, SSB, you name it. What you have seen are people who are making decisions in the best interest of this country. I look at what has happened at even border management. The complete transformation, not only from a management standpoint, but from a fiscal standpoint, from an economic standpoint, and you dare not, and I challenge my colleagues, to question the judgment of our Prime Minister as it relates to appointing people with proper proficiency to lead these boards, and the end result, as we have seen so far, the evidence is clear. The evidence is very, very clear. Now, as it relates to the stevedores, Madam President, that's the only point I wanted to speak to as it relates to this particular bill. Because I'm happy that we are getting back the port, but I've over the years gotten very close to many of the stevedores because they are local guys struggling like everybody else to make a living. And there are times when, and they know, and I've said it, when I will rip them in half and say, man, but you need to go off for another, my boy. All right? When in my estimate, in my own mind, I think they were pushing things a little too far. But that's how we can talk to each other, because we interrelate on a constant basis. But I'm very, very happy. And I won't blaspheme, but I will say thank God. All right? Wait. We can't say God in this honorable house, Mr. Herrera. I will say thank God that finally these guys are going to catch a break. Seriously. All right? And I won't go back in history, because at this point in time I really want to look forward. But I listened on Thursday, and seriously, sometimes I'm sorry I listen to that part of it, but I listened to practically the entire House meeting, and I heard the leader in charge of that side of the House saying that it was his idea for the takeover of the port. That's one of the reasons why I asked you, Senator Martinez, if it was 6 months ago. Wait. I know
How kindly speak to the chair.
Yes, Madam President. That's one of the reasons why, Madam President, I asked Senator Martinez if it was 6 months ago that they came up with that concept, because according to the leader of the opposition, he came up with this grand idea 6 months ago. He was the first to come up with the idea. All right, but we know the stevedores have been clamoring for this for years. All right, and so I am very, very happy that finally, and I pray God forever, the industrial dispute between the management of the port and the stevedores will be settled. All right? I'm also grateful that they will get their lead cheddars before Christmas. All right? So, yeah, I'm excited for them. And they have been messaging, and I am grateful for men like Raymond Rivers, and I can go on, the list goes on and on, who have fought, who have struggled, who have stood up for what is, in effect, their right. All right? So we join the unions, Madam President, in saying that the time has come and the time is ripe. So I am very, very happy for them. All right? Now, Madam President, let me close by indicating that, and I just use the statistics that they sent me this morning. They said, please mention there's 124 of us stevedores full-time. And there's 16 that are secondary substitutes. And once this thing is settled, so no hurry vote this thing so that the Governor General could quickly ascend this thing. All right? I'm just quoting their words, Madam President, that the CWU, Christian Workers Union, will then be able to get us our funds in time for Christmas, and our families are going to be extremely happy. So to the stevedores, my brethren, we salute you guys. We salute you guys on behalf of a government that believes that everybody should win, that has made that to a mantra, and that will continue to make that to a mantra. All right? We gladly support this bill, Madam President.
Madam President, with your permission, if I may wind up the debate. First of all, I want to start by thanking all colleagues who have supported the objectives of this bill, and essentially the reacquisition of the port, followed by the settling of the awards and removing the risk. Thirdly, the dropping of all the litigation, and finally the grant of the fiscal incentives to the Radisson Fort George Hotel. There are a few points that I want to respond to, Madam President. The first is the question was raised by Senator Kay on the ownership of the shares. And the first thing is that Port of Belize Limited is a public company. There is a majority shareholder who will, on approval, become the government of Belize. But there are many small shareholders who hold very small amounts of shares, and that will remain in that form. So there are small shareholders. Whether there will be an opportunity for more investment, that is a matter, Senator Kay, I believe, for the board and management to make an assessment. I can't answer that here today. Senator Martinez spoke about the court cases and whether interest will be paid and so on and so forth. Again, respectfully, I say to Senator Martinez, I would be misleading you if I told you yes. I don't even know what these cases are. I don't know whether interest was claimed. I honestly don't know. What the government's policy position is that we want a reset on the labor relations at Port of Belize, particularly with the stevedores, and indeed all the members of staff at the port, and to give the just deserts to those who justly deserve it. The 1.5 million versus the 400,000, some of the money was already paid out, some it's the balance that is frozen. On the question of the GST exemption for Radisson, we are told that it is a $57 million investment. I would urge you to check. I was checking already. There are at least 4 or 5 other companies with major investments that also have GST exemption. So this is not something that is unique and only for the the owners of the Radisson. The final point I will respond to, Madam President, is the question of the board. And again, it's very easy to stand in this Senate and to cast aspersions. Very easy. I want to make the following point. The members who have been nominated by the government to serve as interim directors of the port are all people of the highest integrity and beyond reproach. I listened very carefully. Complaints that people were not consulted, but beside Senator Beverly Williams, no aspersion was cast at any of these people. Which brings me, Madam President, to the point that Senator Bengoshe was alluding to. It is an interim board. And I ask you all to look at the press release. Nowhere in the press release does the Prime Minister say, I'm appointing this one to represent the union. Nowhere does he say, I'm appointing this one to represent business. I'm appointing this one to represent the church. That is not his intention. He obviously knows that if he's going to be somebody to represent the business, they will consult with the Chamber and the Business Bureau, consult with the National Trade Union Congress, consult with civil society, etc. But we have an ongoing multi-million-dollar business. Once this is concluded, you can't say, well, now let's consult. We have to run the business. We have to take over the bank accounts. We have to get people paid, etc., etc. So an interim board has been appointed of highly reputable professionals and people of integrity. They will be charged with taking over management of the port on an interim basis, reporting to the government on what is found, what the plans are, etc., etc. And I will not stand here and tell you in 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. At some appropriate time, a permanent board has to be presented after consultation. Madam President, this was released today during the course of the debate. No secret. We could have said, why wait till the Senate done, and then we publish it, and then people not get a chance for criticize me. There is nothing to hide here. And so I close by saying I would encourage and I give my full support to those people who have agreed to serve as the interim board of directors. The public is looking at you, and the public is expecting that you will serve in the public interest. I have confidence in that board, Madam President, and I believe that all of us should have confidence. I'm disappointed that people will think that a former president of the chamber, a sister senator, are people who should be criticized. And so I am saying to you, I am fully confident of the integrity and professionalism of every member of that board, and they should enjoy the confidence of this honorable Senate. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investments Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties,
and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement among the government of Belize and the Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited and the government of Belize and Midway Investment Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral award owed by the government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. The visitors clear the gallery, please. Honorable
Recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 Number 2 Bill, the Belize Nationality Amendment Bill 2023, the Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023, Municipal Securities Bill 2023, Fiscal Incentives Decision of Minister Validation Bill 2023, Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023, Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill Number 2 Bill 2023, International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023, Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023, and Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023, and have passed them without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a third time. That is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 Number 2 Bill 2023. The second, the Belize Nationality Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to the grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 3, Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 4, Municipal Securities Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a third time. 5, Fiscal Incentives Decisions of the Minister Validation Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to validate the decisions of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. 6, Financial Service Commission Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 7, Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270-01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 8, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action
Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 9. International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 10. Nonprofit Organization Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Nonprofit Organization Act number 14 of 2023 to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. 11. Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. The question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in unmovable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited, and the Government of Belize and Midway Investments Limited, and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2024. Belize Nationality Amendment Bill 2023. The bill for an act to amend the Belize Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill. The bill for an act to finally abolish the rights of persons to whom Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back to, directly or indirectly, to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The Municipality Security Bill. The bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Fiscal Incentive Decision of the Minister Validation Bill. The bill for an act to validate the decision of a minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The Financial Service Commission Amendment Bill 2023. The bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2003. Limited Liability Company Amendment number 2 bill. Bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Company Act, Chapter 27001 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill number 2. Bill for an Act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. International Foundation Bill. The Bill for an Act to amend the International Foundation Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The Non-Profit Organization Amendment Bill. The Bill for an Act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act number 14 of 2023 to certify, to provide for the registrar to issue certificate of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The Belize Port Authority, the Belize Port Acquisition and Settlement Deed Bill 2023, a bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate for the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and the Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holding Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investment Limited and Belize Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemption from general sales tax to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg you leave simply to utilize this moment to, again, it was 3 years ago that we were sworn in as senators, but it was also sadly 3 years ago in the midst of COVID that we lost the Honorable Dido Vega. It was December 11, 3 years ago, 2020, when he passed. Never had the opportunity to be sworn in, never had the opportunity to represent the people of Corozal Bay in this honorable house. I want to ask us to just continue to join in prayers for his family, as every year these moments will come back, and so we share all our sympathies with the entire Vega family. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, before I pose the question, I just wish to say, as Senator Montejo reminded us of 3 years anniversary, the 3 years has certainly been interesting and a great learning experience for all of us. And today, as I saw the consensus reached to a large extent on a number of bills, it reminded me while I was sitting on that panel when I said, you know, we in the Senate know to cross the floor, to talk to each other, and to reach consensus on matters. So I was delighted to have said that. But also I want to wish each and every one of you a great holiday season. We proceed in accordance with Standing Order 9 on a recess, I think, Leader of Government Business, until the end of January. I think that should be it. But as is usual, there may be an emergency that the Leader of Government Business may have to call us back for. But until then, the question is that the Senate...
President, I forgot also to offer all of us a very happy holiday season, a safe and blessed one, to the clerk, to his staff, and to all who make our meetings successful and efficient. happy holidays and a happy new year.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.